so that we don't lose so much time on our schedule. So welcome also to the colleagues online. Not sure how many we have online, but I know that there's some who are joining us online this morning. So my name is Flavia Mwangovia. I am the Deputy Regional Director for Movement and Engagement and Operations, the Eastern Southern Africa Regional Office, and I'll be moderating this session up until sometime, I think, lunchtime, and then my colleague Suad will take over. So this is a stakeholders forum on the Somalia Climate Displacement Report that Amnesty International released sometime in November 2025, and we are here to just kind of remind ourselves what we were saying in that report and what we were recommending and the stakeholders we had identified to be able to take forward, because the report is just a kind of it's where we, it's a repository of what our researchers have found and the recommendations they're making, etc. But the work has barely begun. That's where it's really a starting point. And I think I was learning from the colleagues as well that we are again faced with a situation where the drought has hit again super hard, which means what the findings are still extremely relevant and actually calls upon us to really come together and actually ask ourselves, what were we saying in that report? What has since happened? Who are the stakeholders concerned? How can we put more pressure? And who has the leverage over the different asks that we had in the report? The report was no rain, no food, no animals, the human rights impact of drought and displacement in Somalia. And my colleague David will be speaking to it a bit later, especially for the benefit of those who had not had an opportunity to go through the report or to be familiarized with the contents of the report. But before we get there, I think it's important that we understand who's in the room. Both physically and also virtually, and then after that I'll invite our regional director Tigere Chaguta to address us. So I have already introduced myself, so I'll go around the physical room, and then later I'll go online to invite colleagues to introduce themselves. You could tell us your names and any other information that you'd like to share about yourself, maybe your affiliation, institutional or otherwise. And maybe while you're introducing yourself, just give us one word as to what this report, when you think about this report and the situation in Somalia, what is the word that really sits with you, that you're coming with into this room, or that the feeling, or either a feeling or a word that describes the situation, or what you're hoping to get out of this space and forum for the next couple of hours. So I will start with this table right here at the front, and I'll find a microphone for you.
No, it's fine. I have a loud voice. I think it's good.
No, but for the colleagues online, we need you to be on microphone. Thank you. Yeah.
Yes. Hi. Good morning, everybody. I hope you're all well. I'm Dagmar Traub-Evans. I'm the head of humanitarian aid for Somalia at the German Embassy, and recently I've taken over the human rights section as well. So for me, it was very important to see some faces, and not only to join online, because it's always the feeling in the room, which is very important. And if I see the report, no rain, no food, no animals, and I see the humanitarian situation, I have to say that I miss the silver lining here. So I hope I get some positive information here as well, and we can see what we can do all together to ameliorate the situation. So I'm very happy to be there. It's nice to meet you all.
I need your one word, positive information. I need how you're coming and you're feeling
In one word. The negative one or a positive one?
up to you.
It's depressing,
Okay. Thank you so much.
but not hopeless.
But not hopeless. Okay.
And hello, all of you. And my name is Ibrahim. And Jibril, I'm from Somalia, and I work with Somali Public Agenda, a local think and action tank that's based in Mogadishu and works across Somalia. I'm happy to participate in this stakeholder forum and really talk about it, and seeing this report really, and coming from Somalia, experiencing the situation and seeing it at close up. And I think that based on this report, that's no rain, no food, no animals, because in Somalia it's like between floods and droughts, and that's not the situation, because now the main issue that we're talking about is no rain, no flood. And in a couple of months later or years later, you could see the same report, but about floods and people distress. So the situation is not good, and the main thing that I'm really want to address is that instead of being reactive, it's better to be proactive and then focus on more on the development aspect rather than and going it again is for humanitarian aspects and really and saving lives are there, but it's better being proactive and focusing on the resilient and development aspect of it. So my word for it is that go development.
Good morning, everyone. I'll just stand here. My name is Sandra. I am the International Justice in Africa Associate here at Amnesty International. One word that comes to mind when I think about the report is, actually maybe I'm torn between two, but if I should, okay, I'll go with two. Curiosity and opportunities, which are both related. So it's curiosity as to, I guess, findings of the report, but also what opportunities you may have for intervention, both as listed in the report and as creative ones that may come about in our discussions today.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Japheth. I work at Amnesty International. I lead our advocacy engagements with African Union institutions. One word that comes to mind about the report, I think, is for me, is livelihood.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Abbas Chugozi. I work with Oxfam International, particularly a unit called Oxfam in Africa. I oversee what we call rights in crisis, advocacy for rights in crisis, but I also oversee the refugee leadership and participation portfolio for Oxfam in Africa. The words that came to my mind upon reflection of the report is urgency, but also collaboration. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Gauden Swere. I serve at Amnesty International Kenya, conducting strategic litigation, and one word that comes to mind is action.
Abduhab Sheikh Mohammed and from ASEP, and I think the report actually shows a negative part of the Somali side, but actually there's also a lot of opportunities and actually a lot of positivities and community resilience in Somalia. But also what we are missing here is maybe on my side, and Somalia is in a war on terror for more than 20 years. So actually the conflict part of it actually is missing. Thank you. No more war on terror.
Good morning. My name is Burhan Warsame. I'm also with ASEP. The one word that this report has highlighted for me is advocacy.
Good morning. I'm Joyce. I work with an initiative called the World Weather Attribution. I also engage in many other policy processes, including supporting litigation. So using my science to support litigation, to push for justice and compensation for communities at the front line of the climate crisis. One word that stands for me today is resilience.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Abdulsalam Abdulwali. I had the opportunity to reflect on the report, and really what stands for me is the highlight on climate justice and the just expectation that high emitting nations should contribute to loss and damage of victims of climate disasters. However, the question that one raised in my mind is how we can make such support accessible to the most local level possible. So that's it for me. Thank you very much. My one word is hopeful in community capacity and resilience. That's more than one, one word, but yes.
Thank you. My name is Nyamori Victor. I work with Amnesty and engage on refugee and migration work. My one word for this is displacement. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Chiruto Lele. I work with Samuel Hall, which is a research organization. I am a project lead for our monitoring, evaluation, and learning pillar. So yes, I've engaged a bit of Somalia work there, and I would say my one word is intersection. We know that when there are issues like the rights that I highlighted in the report, they often intersect and reinforce and affect different groups of people differently. So I'm hoping to see how that is brought out and a plan for it too. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Eva Nyaga, Mafia Knife to my Somali patriots here. From IOM Somalia, that's International Organization for Migration, based in Nairobi, but working for Somalia. So I am the GIS and remote sensing officer. Despite having the advantage of seeing things from above, from satellite imagery, I also get to interact with the most vulnerable people. These are the displaced population. And I'm very pleased, or rather to be in this and really get to know what it is that is happening. I was in Somalia like 2 weeks ago. I can see clearly how the situation is. So one word for me would be this, other than displacement, I will mention targeted response. It's not one word, but we need targeted response because we cannot all address everything at the same time, so we need to have targeted response. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maureen Okoth, and I'm a senior attorney at Women's Link Worldwide, where I basically do strategic litigation and advocacy. And the word that comes to mind is adaptation. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Beatrice Njeri. I am the regional litigator for Africa at the Global Strategic Litigation Council. And at the Global Strategic Council, we focus on displaced persons and persons at risk of displacement. And so it's also interesting to have this meeting just after yesterday's deadline for filings at the African Court on the climate change advisory. My word as I sit and listen is the people.
Yeah. Thank you. Before we go to, I can see we have a colleague who's just come in, but I think I wanted to go online. Colleagues online, maybe you can, yeah. You're welcome to put on your cameras if you're comfortable. And I'll just invite you to introduce yourselves. I cannot call you out by your names because I only have alphabets. I have A, K, W, E, S, S, and so on and so forth. So kindly. Oh, thank you. That's helpful. I have William, maybe. Who's William? You're on mute if you're speaking, William, or rather we cannot hear you. Just hold on. We are trying to. Just try and speak again. No. Who's the person with the gadget? Hold on, kindly. Trying to figure out our tech. Just a second. We'll change our settings. Maybe speakers? I don't know, instead of headphones. No. Just try and speak again, sorry. You're the first one we're speaking to online, so we may do this to you for another few minutes. No. Sorry? So in the meantime, how do I get their intros? Okay, so they're working on the audio, so please bear with us. But please put your name and on the chat as our tech person tries to figure that out. But I'll come back to you because it has to work. Otherwise, we all go home. Yeah, so I think someone walked in. Yes. Do you have a microphone somewhere there, or do I need to? Kindly put your name, your affiliation in the chat, colleagues online, and then we'll come back to you as we proceed to progressively just hear from you one by one. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Agnes Rogo. I work with Women's Link Worldwide, and I'm happy to be part of this discussion. Apologies for being late.
Thank you so much. You're most welcome.
Thank you.
I'm fascinated by the number of litigants in this room. There's an element of flexing of muscles that is happening. David, what did you do? Yeah, so it's really refreshing, because that's the one area I think we don't explore sufficiently, if you ask me. I think it has so much promise and potential for moving, just advancing action on different policy issues and rights issues. So I've asked our colleagues online, tech guide, sorry, please give me your name so that I don't call you that. Marvin. So, okay, yeah, that would be a disaster if I called you that for the rest of the morning. Yeah, thank you, Marvin, and I'm sorry about that. Do we try again, or do we proceed to the next speaker and then come back to the online colleagues? Just a second, eh? Okay. Yeah, there's a solution there. Who's the person on this computer? It's Marvin. Okay.
It's Marvin.
Oh, no,
okay.
No.
It's Marvin. Oh, no.
Can I ask them to speak?
Can
Okay.
I ask them to speak? Okay. Ask them to speak. Oh.
Can I try? Okay, super. Okay, so we'll try again. And Chico, have you? Oh, no. No.
Hello.
We can hear you, but from a hole. Like it's a little. Your audio is somewhere very far from where I'm sitting, from where I'm standing.
Oh. Okay, I'll just try to project my voice. I don't know if that works.
Continue speaking, Chico. I need you to. I'm using the test case for whether things are working. Just continue speaking to me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, my name is Nchiko and I work as a climate justice advisor in East and Southern Africa for Amnesty International. Yeah, very happy to be here. And I guess my one word is justice. Justice. I hope you could hear me. Yes.
Did you hear me back when I was speaking, when I said justice? Can you hear me when I'm speaking to you? Super.
Super.
It's not the best though. It should be in the room, but I guess we can move on with that. Okay. So colleagues, I'll invite our other colleague. I think wanted to introduce themselves, and I forgot. Kindly remove this. Yes. And can I see the people thing, the list? What do you call it? Yeah. So that I think there were some names there. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. So there was, I think, yeah, William. Yeah, I believe it was William. Please go ahead and introduce yourself, and then I'll go to other colleagues.
Good morning. I hope this time you can hear me. My name is William Ejalu. I'm the head of the UNHCR operations in Dadaab. And the one word could be opportunities. And I'll leave it at that. Over to you.
Justice, and then I had opportunities. Thank you so much, William, and you're most welcome. Sorry for the tech hitches. And then next I have Ahmed.
Yes, good morning to everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello,
yes, we can hear you.
me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. This is Ahmed from Somali Climate Action Platform, and we are very happy to join you to this important event. And I'm from Somali Climate Action Platform, Pan-African Alliance Climate Justice National Designated Platform in Somalia. And I think the one word that I may say in this meeting is that climate justice. I think everyone in East Africa needs justice and the resource that he deserves so that he can adapt on climate crisis in the region. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ahmed. I'll go to Mohammed Aden Malim. Aden, can you hear me? Okay. Salat. Salat, if you can hear me, kindly introduce yourself to the room.
Morning, everybody. My name is Abdisalan, so I'm sorry I'm using different email. I'm from Somalia, especially from Somali National University. I'm economist. So my word is resilient economic ecosystem.
Thank you so much. These one words are elusive. Yeah, thank you so much. Resilient economic ecosystem. And then Kuvania, if you're there, please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kuvania Mudley, and I am the communications coordinator at Amnesty East and Southern Africa. I think my one word for this topic today is solutions.
V, please go ahead if you can hear me. Solutions.
This is a problem with joining late. I don't know what the one word is for. So is it anything that comes in my mind?
How are you showing up for this conversation? How are you showing? What comes to your mind when you think about it?
Okay. Morning, everyone. My name is Bongai Chikwanda. I work for the team that has organized this meeting, working in Johannesburg as a Deputy Regional Director for campaigns. And how I'm showing up today is energetic. I think there was inspiration when people were talking about one word, but I think I would like to put both energetic and inspired. You can't limit us to one word. We are campaigners, we have to be creative. So inspiration as well.
I'm not calling out the others because I think the colleagues who are in the room. I think we've generally, if I've forgotten someone, please let me know. But for now, it's just to quickly transition to the next phase. Thank you so much for the introductions. You're all welcome. And I look forward to very fruitful engagements with you throughout the day. But for now, I'll just invite our regional director, Tigere Chaguta, who will maybe just give us some framing remarks and set us on our way to the deeper conversations that will follow. Thank you so much.
Good morning, colleagues. So my name is Tigere Chaguta. I was not asked to introduce myself or say my one word. so I will take advantage of the microphone and do that now, Flavia. It's lovely to see you all. I am based ordinarily in Johannesburg, but of course work with the team that's here in Nairobi and some of the colleagues that are online. Before I share my welcome remarks, I think it's important for me perhaps just to share that coming into this meeting, from Friday to Sunday, we had the whole of the Amnesty movement, which includes the directors of Amnesty national offices and the chairs of their boards, meeting in Nairobi. In our one and only governance space that we convene annually as we move towards the global assembly of Amnesty International. Whereas this is primarily a governance space, we were allowed to choose 3 additional topics to discuss. And I'm glad to say of those 3, climate justice was one of the topics that the whole movement across Africa of Amnesty International decided that we needed to have a dedicated session to discuss. So I think this event coming on the back of that engagement is really well situated. The one word I had was urgency, but my colleague there took the one word. So I was busy trying to find synonyms for urgency on my laptop, and I came up with resolve. I don't know whether it's as close to urgency as needed, but I think it just speaks to the resolve that I see in the room, the resolve that I see from many advocates, both for the situation in Somalia, but on issues of climate justice in the region and globally. So I will share that one. Let me proceed quickly to my remarks this morning. Good morning, colleagues, and thank you for joining us for this important dialogue. We meet at a critical time, one where the realities of the climate crisis that we all face are unfolding around us with increasing speed, intensity, and human cost. As many of you will recall, those that followed our work ahead of the COP last year, which was held in Belém, Brazil, Amnesty International raised a strong and urgent alarm. We warned that unless the global community ensures that climate decisions are firmly grounded in human rights, the protection and respect of human rights, and unless we fully integrate principles of climate justice into climate action, the crisis we face will continue to devastate lives. And it will deepen long-standing inequalities across, between nations and within communities and societies. So ladies and gentlemen, this was not a theoretical warning, as I believe the report that we are gathered to discuss here shows. This was based on evidence gathered from communities around the world, evidence showing that climate change is already making life unbearable for millions. Across many countries, the sharp rise in the cost of energy, food, and essential services is driven directly by extreme weather events, including droughts that destroy crops and floods that wipe out infrastructure, among others. These shocks have placed enormous pressure on low-income households, and families are finding it harder to put food on the table. Children are dropping out of school to support household incomes. Communities that have lived on their lands for generations are being forced to move in search of safety, water, or livelihood. Here in East and Southern Africa, we are witnessing these impacts in real time. Across the region, Amnesty International has documented how the climate crisis is intensifying both sudden disasters, such as devastating floods, and slow onset crises, such as prolonged droughts. In Madagascar and Mozambique, for example, entire villages have been displaced internally as drought patches the land or as storms wash away homes. In Angola, we have shown that repeated droughts have pushed people to relocate into Namibia. Somalia, which we focus on today, has experienced years of compounded climate shocks, contributing to both internal displacement and movement across borders into Kenya, as we will hear from David. These displacements are not isolated events. They form part of a broader pattern of climate-induced vulnerability and human rights risk. And for those who move, often women, children, and older persons, the journey is marked by a range of intersecting and gendered human rights violations: lack of access to food and water, heightened risk of violence, limited access to health care, loss of identity documentation, and barriers to education. So my colleague David will share shortly more detail on the report we are here to discuss, which is entitled No Rain, No Food, No Animals, the Human Rights Impact of Drought and Displacement in Somalia. This report brings to life the stories behind the statistics, stories of families whose lives have been upended by a crisis they did not create. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now turn briefly to the global response. The outcomes of COP30 at best were mixed. While there were some positive steps, such as the operationalization of the loss and damage fund, it was clear that too many decisions still failed to place human rights at the center of climate action. One of the most glaring gaps was the failure of high-income, historically high-emitting countries to commit to scaled-up, non-debt-creating climate finance, especially for adaptation. Countries and communities that have contributed the least to global emissions are now suffering the most from its impacts. Yet, they are being told, implicitly or explicitly, to borrow even more, often at high interest rates, to protect themselves from a crisis they did not create. We therefore reiterate our call as Amnesty International, amongst many other human rights actors, for high-income countries, particularly those most responsible for historical and current emissions, to urgently provide adequate, new, additional, and predictable climate finance, primarily in the form of grants and not loans. Without this, lower-income countries cannot meaningfully reduce their emissions, they cannot scale up adaptation, or transition away from the use of fossil fuels, or respond to the loss and damage that we currently face. We cannot achieve the required balance between mitigation and adaptation without this type of climate finance. Allow me to emphasize one point, and that is scaling up adaptation finance is not optional. It is essential for the protection of human rights across our region. Adaptation is about ensuring that communities have access to safe water, reliable health care, social protection systems, climate-resilient infrastructure, and effective early warning systems. It is about supporting farmers to withstand drought, protecting coastal communities from rising seas, and ensuring that disasters do not push people deeper into poverty. When adaptation measures are inclusive and accessible, when they reach the poorest amongst us, the most marginalized, they protect the economic, social, and cultural rights of those most at risk, and they save lives. However, adaptation and mitigation finance must be delivered in ways that do not worsen existing debt burdens on countries, particularly in the global majority. Let us be clear, colleagues. Low-income countries are experiencing what can only be described as double jeopardy, or even a climate change double whammy. On one hand, they must respond to increasingly severe and frequent climate impacts. And on the other, the loans they take, or are being forced to take, to respond to these impacts deepen debt distress, undermining their ability to invest in long-term resilience. A global financial system that forces vulnerable countries into debt in order to survive a crisis they did not cause is a system in urgent reform. So while we continue to demand accountability and action from high-income countries, we must also note that national governments also have an important responsibility. Countries such as Somalia, and I focus on Somalia because the report today is on Somalia, but we have stated this as well to countries where we've done similar reports, such as Madagascar, Angola, Mozambique, which I have stated. Such countries where people are experiencing the harshest climate-related impacts must prioritize robust adaptation strategies, amongst others, They must develop response plans rooted in human rights obligations and their commitments, and ensure that these plans are adequately resourced, inclusive, and transparently implemented, even if that means actioning the obligations they have to seek adequate international cooperation. Government inaction or delayed action comes at an enormous human cost. It exposes communities to preventable suffering and preventable violation of their rights. And as I move towards my conclusion, let me express my sincere appreciation to each of you for making the time to be here today. Your presence reflects a shared commitment to responding to the climate crisis in a way that places people at the center, not just numbers, not just emission curves, but people. We stand at a moment where collaboration is not just desirable, it is essential. The climate crisis demands joint action, national, regional, and global collaboration. It demands advocacy informed by science, guided by evidence, and grounded in human rights. And above all, it demands urgency from all of us. So I hope that today's dialogue will produce not just discussion, but concrete pathways for collective action, pathways to protect human rights and dignity for the people of Somalia and across the region who are living on the front lines of crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you once again, and I look forward to our discussions today and to the solutions that will emerge from this dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tigere, for those reflections and for your one word, resolve. It's been noted. Colleagues, we have also others who've joined us while Tigere was sharing his remarks. I'll just maybe give you a quick few minutes to introduce yourselves. I can see on my right, but I think there are others at the back, so I'll just stand up to have a sense of who. So do you need a microphone there? It's okay, you can take this one. I don't think it's on. You could just share your name and maybe your affiliation, and welcome very much to the forum today. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Niven Simiyu, formerly Norwegian Refugee Council legal officer. I've been working for Norwegian Refugee Council for the last 5 years. We were majorly working around repatriation of Somali refugees from Kakuma Dadaab to back to Somalia. So there's a relation between what I was doing together with the major subject today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think the others next to you. Yeah. Right.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Lynn Kamande, and I'm an organizer at 350 Africa. 350 Africa focuses on climate justice through movement building. So we do a lot of campaign work, trying to push for the just transition. And I'm very happy and excited to be here, and I look forward to our discussions today.
Thank you. Behind, yeah, just at the back.
Morning. My name is Elsa Kariuki. I'm a reporter at Africa Uncensored. We're here to kind of do some media coverage of the event and listen in, hopefully get some interviews. And I'm here with my colleague Clint Obere on camera work.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Morning, everyone. My name is Kennedy Kitu from the British Institute, and I'm here because I'm interested, or we are working on climate financing, the politics of climate financing. So I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. I think we also have...
Yeah, good morning, colleagues. I'm Nanzala Lazarus, and I'm from the SDG2 Advocacy Hub Secretariat, and I'm based here in Nairobi. SDG2, we convene and coordinate actors within the SDG2, which is about ending hunger.
Okay, good morning. My name is Caroline Kirago, from a research assistant at the British Institute in Eastern Africa. I'm glad and I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Maluku Chalo. I'm also a research assistant to the British Institute in Eastern Africa. I work on the Climate Accountable Adaptation Climate Finance Project.
Good morning. I'm Muthoni Kihara, research assistant at the BIA. My main interests are in African governance and citizen participation in foreign policy. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. You're welcome. So I think we'll get right into the crux of it. And if you're built anything like me, you struggle with text, you prefer visuals. If you ask me to watch a 5-minute clip as opposed to reading a 100-page report, I'll immediately go for the visual, because I think for me it's just my way of internalizing knowledge. And I think we'll start there before we listen to Daktari, who will now bombard us with a lot of text and a lot of things, and hope some jokes to lighten the heaviness of the issue. So SWAD has organized a short, what do I call it? A film, what is it? A documentary? But it's something visual that SWAD has organized for 5 minutes, titled Voices from Dadaab, right? And we'll start from that, and then we'll invite David now to speak to us on the more, a more in-depth perspective of the report and the findings. Thank you. Please go ahead.
In Somalia, the rains have all disappeared, and drought has claimed crops, livestock, and livelihoods. Communities once sustained by fertile lands are now forced to leave everything behind, escaping hunger and hopelessness in search of survival. In one of the largest refugee camps in the world, thousands of people have fled to seek safety, not from war, but from the relentless grip of climate change. Amid the shifting sands and sun-baked land, Dadaab tells the story of survival against unimaginable odds.
dabkay abaaraha dheedi abaaraha guurid oo la beerata abadan beertay oo abaarsatay loo way loodi oo dhamaad dabkaasaha guuri beerab oo beertoob oo aranto walaal kalaan hoob oo abaarsan walba mu kalaanad hal inta bas abaaraha jirtay loo dhamaatay oo keenta saan male oo gadana male wal mani gooso suuq wal mani gooso si hasu guurin gaar dameerka ana ka shaqaysaa suuqada guuri bawra ka rahay tado abaaro ay dheedi abaaro dhiidin wal oo gornyiga ka hano gur wala gadoy hansarinyo in ka bareey ahaaneen wal kuma bol waaye dameerki ba gaajo odaas siyaha guuri
So adio
jidkana ka rafaad
pause, I think pause. Your subtitles have done a thing. They have I don't know how to explain what. Oh really? Oh that, I'm like, what's going on? What language is this? Yeah, I'm like, what's just happened? The language has flipped. All right. So is it possible to unflip it? Yeah, I'm sure you're following, but yeah, we need to finish. You know, I thought that's a different language. Then I'm like, oh, that's an English. Russian, Turkish, Greek. So the online colleagues can see it, okay? Yes. This is so strange. I hope we've not lost them. Oh, hybrid meet. Oh, okay.
Livestock and livelihoods. Entire communities. In Somalia, the rains have all but disappeared, and drought has claimed crops, livestock, and livelihoods. Entire communities, once sustained by fertile lands, are now forced to leave everything behind, escaping hunger and hopelessness in search of survival. In one of the largest refugee camps in the world, thousands of people have fled to seek safety, not from war, but from the relentless grip of climate change. Amid the shifting sands and sun-baked land, the Dab tells the story of survival against unimaginable odds.
dabkay gobol abaaraha dhiidi abaaraha igurid oo la beerta abadan beertay oo abaarsatay loo way loodi oo dhamaad dabkaasaha iguri beerab oo beerta oo aranto walaal kalaan habno abaarsan walba mu kalaanad halin dabas abaaraha jirtay loo dhamaatay oo keenta isaan male wal gadana male wal mani gooso suuq wal mani gooso si hasu guurin gaar dameerka ana ka shaqaysaa suuqada guuri bawra ka rahay todo abaaro ay dhiidi abaaro dhiidin wal oo gornige ka hano gur wala gadoy aan sarinyo in ka baray ahaaneen wal kuma bol waaye dameerki baa gaajo u daas siyaha guuri jidkina ka rafaad shambiraha ka jari sanadkii baa mahraanad todobin nidi hariir yani dhiidi todobaadni dhiidina holano dhamaana beertino abaarsati rafaadkaasana guuri moordi ama jaran walkaan ama jaran moordi galay isasangani ba jarto oo maana galay iyo moordada baagada jar bawaloor hal jar markii aaran ku badan hal jaran haba abaarstan walba manay bahaya hadda sidii laa sidii ku taawilaa wadaadkayba Soomaaliya jar walna ma kayso gaarwado mu gorda gaarag baan qobna ama dhulkaadan oo ursay reehan Soomaaliya anaga deehan beertaadan dacwa leeyadan walna ku way meel isku roog wal is ilaahay uma kayso mala ana shaleeday ma aha ma ahan guur korna waaladkay inta rooge walaalkay inta ka badan shaleeday ah iftu mis bi korona inta neef dhiyo fada biin raashin wal ilaahayna wareegaala masunka ilaahayna qaade inta ka amahay ijo kulada kana wal kale una haysano oo meelka walna ku qaana marle bi mala to balkan dheeri aror dheer fadheen hase arana san arana mala meeli an islaanka aror dheer bahaday aroordan ma guur kor inta buna nisuru neefaylaak in abaarna hayso dibna keen abaarana dhid hadii wala qodo korona qodo faan masaakin anaha heerihi hadee waxa abaarsan hadee waa raashin si kar hadee waxana la dham wala dhamaan nasiifadan
more and more people are being displaced as an impact of the climate. We see the floods in different parts of the world. We have seen drought. The most recent arrivals in 2023 where we had a huge influx were mainly because of the drought situation in Somalia.
waa markii hore oo roob hadii la helo waxba noo bixi jiray markii roob la waayeen waa abaarabo roob baan ku xirnaa roobka marka abaaraha waa iska daba imaado deeba roob la waayay marka dhulka wax laga qaada la waayay webiyaalka dhan way gureen rafaad isla iyo biilaan iyo wax wala laga soo carar beeran jirnay galey iyo sisin iyo digir iyo waxaas aan beeran jirnay ayagana waxa roobkii dhibacdi badaan waayeen marka waa abaara ka dhacday waxaan ku tari lahaa inay maalgelin la siiyo oo wax walba la siiyo oo daryeel la siiyo oo sidii wixii Ilaahay u soo qoray la siiyo oo dadka sayid wax loo qabta aan sheegi lahaa aniga beeraha ina beeraha hadii matoor loo saaro maalgelin la siiyo qofka daryeel la siiyo qofka iska masaakiin waay oo beeraha matoor loo saaro beeraha loo beero ay beertaan xoog waayayaan ay ku fashaan kulli way fiicnaan lahayd waxaan rajaynaa hadii daryeel la siiyo oo maxay ahayd oo wax walba la siiyo kulli inaa xoogayga Ilaahay u siiyo wax aan ku qabsan karo.
The message is clear. For climate justice to be real, it must be inclusive, it must be funded, and it must start now.
Thank you so much, colleagues. So that is really a snapshot of what it is we are confronting this morning, and we continue to confront even as we look at the report that we produced and we update ourselves on what's happening currently, which we shall be doing throughout the day. That gives us a sense of the gravity of the issues. And I think to allow us to get deeper into the conversation, I'll invite David Ngira. You'll maybe introduce yourself to colleagues and our guests. And then I'll give you about 20 minutes to take us through the report, the findings, and some of the recommendations therein, and what you'd like to see out of this forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. David Ngira Otieno. I work as a regional economic, social, and cultural rights researcher. And I led this research. We published it last year, but the fieldwork was done between 2024 and mid-2025. So, given the time, I'll just go straight into the report. So Amnesty has increasingly recognized, as Tigere indicated, the implication that climate change is having on human rights. So as you can see, my title is Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights Researcher. But I still work on climate because of the impact that climate is having on economic, social, and cultural rights. And in this region, we've seen this characterized by drought and floods. Sometimes when I go to Europe and people talk about climate change, they say, you know, heat wave, heat wave, heat wave. And I'm wondering, you know, in this region, the only country that I've seen take action on heat wave was South Sudan when they closed school for some weeks. But otherwise, here in Kenya, we don't say anything about heat wave. I'm sure in Somalia they don't say much about heat wave either. So there are varied impacts of climate change, but the most devastating ones are the drought and floods. Now, this project was focused on 3 states in Somalia, Hishabelle, Southwest, and Jubaland states, which lie in central and southern Somalia. And our objective, we had several objectives for this project, including one, to raise the visibility of climate change displacement in Somalia, to show how climate change affects the rights to food, livelihood, and water, and highlight the issue of cross-border displacement emerging out of climate crisis. And we also wanted to highlight the need, which we have been doing through our advocacy at the African Climate Summit and at the COP, the need for increased climate financing for low-income countries such as Somalia. We interviewed, I'll look at the methodology. So we interviewed about 170 people in Dadaab who had moved from Somalia, particularly from the 3 states. We also interviewed government officials in Kenya. We also interviewed government officials in Somalia. We interviewed humanitarian actors, 11 humanitarian actors operating in Somalia and 7 operating in Kenya. We interviewed cross-border livestock traders, people who, during drought, buy livestock in Somalia, fatten them in the Kenyan side and sell them in Nairobi. And climate scientists. Some of the people we interviewed are actually in this room. We also looked at secondary material, UN reports, Somalia government reports and policies, reports of humanitarian actors, as well as Somali national adaptation plans and nationally determined contribution. So the period of focus was 2020 to 2023. So the drought around that period. You must remember that at the end of 2023, then there were floods in Somalia. Now, in terms of the movement, because we were looking at the impact on displacement, so of course human rights, but also displacement, we noted that many families moved in clans and in groups. So you would have, 2, 3 families moving together in a caravan. And a lot of them used donkey carts. This in itself is a problem because a lot of the donkeys died on the way because of the drought, and therefore they had to finish the rest of the journey, with the bags on their backs. And because also drought also affects wild animals, there are cases where people complained that hyenas had eaten their donkeys on the way and other wild animals, and therefore they ended up in Dadaab on foot. There are families, on average, people told us they walked up to 40 days, or sometimes 2 months. So they would walk and camp in certain places and then walk again. And a lot of times they would start walking very early in the morning, like 4, so that by 11 you stop because it would be too hot during the day. So you walk in the early mornings, and that means you walk for more days because you don't spend the whole day walking. Now, a lot of times also there are families that raised money and gave to, we don't want to call them human smugglers, but these people who transport people across borders. The challenge with this is that you can't get money for whole families. And you know, many of these families were very large families. One family with 10 children, 12 children, and so on. So you have a situation where families were split. Some people remained in Somalia and some people traveled because they couldn't get money to travel, to move the whole family. And a lot of them came with a lot of debts because as the drought intensified, you end up borrowing money to survive. So when you relocate to Dadaab, and I notice Somali people are very nice people because they get to Dadaab and they pay back the money. You know, so somebody's telling you, I have a debt of this amount I raised to come here. Many people won't pay, even in this room. I'm sure some of us can't pay. You know, so a lot of them were saying the rations they are getting from USAR and from other humanitarians in Dadaab, they save some to pay back the amount of money they used to move. So the consequence of this is that most sick people and old people were left behind because they were not flexible, they couldn't walk, they couldn't move. But then also some people were left behind to take care of them, and mostly girls. We look at this when we talk about gender in a little while. So in terms of displacement, we noted a lot of people were displaced, of course, by drought. But then when we were talking to these people, it appears they had previously been displaced by floods. So the people displaced by drought in Dadaab, when you speak to them, you realize 2 years ago they had come to Dadaab because of floods. So it's a question of you come to Dadaab, you stay for some time, you go back, you come back like that, depending on the climatic situation. But they didn't come directly. A lot of them moved within IDP camps they didn't come directly. A lot of them moved in IDP camps in Somalia before eventually crossing the border. And they crossed the border because the situation, the level of protection was really limited within Somalia. And we'll look at the reasons in a little while. And when we spoke to government officials, they said, you know, the budget, especially the states, they say the budgets were very low. So they can't provide humanitarian services in the camps. For example, Southwest told us they have about $10 million for everything, you know. And this won't even be enough. Even if that were allocated for the displaced persons only, it can't be enough. For context, Southwest has about 6.5 million people. Siaya County here in Kenya gets about $600 million, I think. I think 6 billion shillings. And you see, it has less people. So the amount of money is transferred from national government, at least from the perspective of the states, is so limited. And so they are unable to protect these people, making them rely on humanitarian support. So then the other thing is, we noted donors were quite unwilling to give money directly to, especially the federal government, because of the presumption that they are very corrupt, which has some truth in it, though. China was more willing to give this money, at least according to what they told us. And a lot of Asian countries, Qatar, were more willing, Saudi Arabia, and so on. And so more Western donors were willing to work with NGOs and not directly with this government. And so this raises the question of integrity and transparency in management of some of these donor funds. So the question, in view of the situation I've just packaged, repatriating people to Somalia is would be totally unacceptable, would violate international law, because then you would be taking them back to danger. We spoke to Kenyan government officials about this. They seemed not to be hostile to these people, though. But the question then is, we need a more strengthened response to prevent a situation where such people can be taken back. Now, we also noted there is an early warning system run by IGAD, for example, but it doesn't reach the federal states. The federal states say they don't get early warning system. The other challenge with Somalia is sometimes you have problems such as floods. It would rain in Ethiopia and it floods in Somalia. So you must, so you have to keep tabs with the weather across the region. And so the early warning system that IGAD runs, and we invited IGAD to this meeting, doesn't seem to reach the ground, which is a challenge. There are states that are now trying to work with donors, and we were informed about SADAL, which is a weather prediction system, a localized one, in Jubaland and in Hishabele. The extent to which it's reaching people, again, is something we can't tell at this particular time. Now, in terms of rights violations, floods are said to have destroyed underground. So Somalis have underground storage system called Bakar. So the floods destroyed Bakar. So once flood destroy your Bakar, you are less resilient when droughts come. So a lot of people had problems during drought because of problems they had during floods. Whereas those who keep, the people who kept food on the ground, like in drums and so on, these ones were quite, didn't suffer as much because they could move the food. Whereas the Bakar is underground, it's really difficult to remove the food during floods. The other thing is, because farmers regenerate seeds, and when floods come, they sweep away all your seedlings, so you have nothing to plant anyway. So then the consequence with this is that when drought comes, you have no food stock, and so you have no food, forcing you to relocate. We also noted that this drought translated into destruction of livelihoods. It destroyed crops. It also destroyed livestock that died. So when livestock died, many people tried to move to the riverine areas. Southern Somalia is where we have River Juba and River Shabelle flowing down towards the sea, towards the ocean. And so once the animals died, many people tried to move close to the rivers to work for the farmers. And then the rivers also dried. Also, in some cases, the water reduced so much that it could no longer support agriculture. And as I highlighted before, a lot of the rural economies also got destroyed because they would rely on pastoralists. So pastoralists would be buying from them or farmers. And so when the farmers lose, they no longer buy. So even the rural economies then collapsed, forcing people also to move. And somebody told us one person I remember told us she had a kiosk. People borrowed so much until she closed the kiosk and moved to the DAP, And this applies to many small shops owners in southern and central Somalia. Now, the drought also worsened charcoal business because more and more people, as their animals and crops died, they shifted to charcoal. Now, eventually, even the charcoal didn't earn much because people are no longer cooking as much and buying less. So, however, the people who do export of charcoal from Somalia then made a big kill out of this because they would buy at a very cheap rate and export to Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and so on. Now, there is a UN ban against trade in Somali charcoal. But the drought situation made it such that, it was sometimes the only source of income. We didn't explore how this trade continues despite the ban. Maybe someone here can look at that at some point. I don't know what I'm Okay. Now the floods also destroyed, as I say, pumping systems because along the rivers they do irrigation farming, meaning that the people had less food when eventually the drought came. Now there is a link between the drought and conflict. We noted that Al-Shabaab lays a lot of taxes on farmers. And so during drought, you still have obligation to pay taxes to them, but then you don't have any more things to sell. So this forced people to move. So out of fear that, Al-Shabaab would attack them because they no longer could pay taxes. Now, Al-Shabaab also said sometimes they seized property, they seized livestock, they seized land if you could not pay these taxes. The other thing is government would be unwilling to operate in areas controlled by Al-Shabaab, which would be the rural parts. And this was a problem because both government and NGOs would keep off from these areas. But then this just means people have less services and less protection. And there is a perception in Al-Shabaab that humanitarian actors are intelligence, provide intelligence to Americans, provide intelligence to Somali government. So this suspicion also made it difficult for them to operate. The consequences that the people in these areas had to move to the towns and cities where government is in more control and where they could get more livelihood and services. So I'll go to maybe speak a little bit about food. So we reported high levels of malnutrition. During normal times, people ate balanced diet. Not balanced diet the way we are told you have protein here and carbohydrate here and whatever here. But balanced diet in terms of, during the day, you would have eaten a fruit here and a banana there and some goat there. But during drought, most of this dried or died. And therefore, most people ended up just eating sorghum, which then ran out and then they had to move. And this led to malnutrition. In fact, many people coming into DAB were put into malnutrition programs because many, especially pregnant women and children, because of the food situation. Let me just summarize. So we noted in terms of regularity of eating, most families reported eating, only once in 3 days, with food mostly reserved for children. So adults, and particularly women, would reserve their food for children and only drink water. And they relied largely on neighbors. So what happened is if you run out of your food, you rely on your neighbor runs out of food, you rely on another neighbor. So Somalia has sort of a traditional social protection system, which eventually collapsed. So in terms of law, Somalia has a law on social protection, but it's not really implemented, I think because of economic factors. So people rely on traditional social protection, but this cannot be sustained during drought. So this one also collapsed. We were told that during ordinary times, families rely on earth dams, boreholes, and rivers for water. But the dams dried, boreholes also dried eventually. The rivers also dried, and people had to move. When we asked about the color of the water, because in terms of human rights, we have to check, and we were told the color was brown. Some people said it was red. Some people said it was green. It appeared from, and even people who said the water was clean, they seemed to imply that the water was not salty, rather than, so somebody say, the water was clean, but it was yellow, or the water was clean, but it seemed to imply not salty, rather than, actually clean water as we understand it. We also noted animals and humans use the same water sources. Women reported walking up to 14 hours to get water. A lot before the drought, many people said they could get water from community water facilities which were free. However, after the drought, they would walk long distances, but now the water would also be bought. Okay, maybe in terms of gender. Most of the people we interviewed were women. Most of the small-scale farmers were also women. Women reported that men would leave and say they were going to work in urban areas. I think men do this even in Kenya. They leave the rural areas and say they are going to work in towns, and they never just come back. They just get married in town, and that becomes the end of it. So they reported, and then the consequence is that many women moved to Dadaab with their children. So the men were nowhere to be seen. It's the women also who used the donkey carts, and once the donkey carts died, then they had to carry the water on their back. There was an increase in gender-based violence because the increased distance to the water points meant that you could not fulfill other responsibilities. You could go fetching water for 10 hours, and when you come back, your husband beat you up because you couldn't cook for the children or whatever other reason. So these triple roles of women translated to gender-based violence. The other thing is that women who are beaten because to get relief food, you really walk long distance. Women also vary in strength, just like men. So because people are scrambling for the food, if you are weak, you come back with no food. And women who came back without food were beaten by husbands. And they were told, why didn't you come with food like, so and so? But Yeah, we report a number of women reported cases of gender-based violence. We also noted that women gave birth, through midwives in most parts of southern and central Somalia because there are no hospitals. But then when the drought came, even the midwives left, and this now worsened the situation. The private clinics also closed, and so it would not even be possible to buy medicines on the counter because of there were no more clinics. We also noted women were essentially ministers of health. They all said, I walked this long distance to take my child to the hospital. I walked this long distance to take my husband to hospital. Men didn't tell us they walked long distance to take wives to hospitals. Now, in terms of recommendations, and I'm sure that in the executive summary you can see the recommendations. We have recommendations for IGAD. We have recommendations for high polluting countries. We have recommendations for Somalia. So you can just look at those recommendations. I'll stop there to save time, so you can just read them. Okay. We had recommendations for IGAD. One of the recommendations was that IGAD needs to strengthen and decentralize its early warning systems to ensure it reaches grassroots communities. The other recommendation for IGAD was integration of climate displacement within its broader discussions on displacement and mobilities. IGAD works a lot with Eastern African countries towards redressing issues of regional development and displacement, and we encouraged IGAD to work towards integrating climate displacement in these strategies. We will be engaging them a bit more on this. We had recommendations for development partners. One was to include resources to help the Somali government manage internal and cross-border displacement. Another one was increase humanitarian support, including assistance to build climate-resilient health system. Work with Somalia government to build capacity and enhance knowledge awareness on preventive and responsive health needs. And work with Somalia to install water purification and desalinization plants. We had also, for development partners, increase and enhance international protection and rights-based migration opportunities for people, respond positively to any request by the Somali government for humanitarian assistance. Now, to the Somalia government, we had strengthening disease surveillance, because maybe I didn't mention there was cholera outbreak during the floods, which killed many people, during the drought and even during the floods that killed many people. Reinforce the fight against corruption to boost confidence of development partners, because the confidence is really low. Enhance coordination between federal and member states in drought relief response. Some states told us they don't know what the federal government is doing, in terms of response. So they could tell us what they're doing, but they couldn't tell us what the federal government is doing. Encourage riverine farmers to avoid using traditional storage methods. The bakar is too unsustainable, especially in this era when flash floods are very common. Strengthen the capacity of local authorities, cities, and federal government in disaster preparedness. Now, to high income and high polluting countries, we had phasing out fossil fuel extractions, cease all new oil, gas, and coal exploration, provide adequate climate finance in form of grants, not loans, increase funding for the loss and damage and adaptation financing, and phase out all tax incentives for fossil fuels. I think that is it.
Thank you so much, David. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you. Yeah, it gives you pause. I'm listening and I'm putting myself in the shoes of just the different journeys you've described and the different repercussions, and yeah, it really gives you pause, and you first you acknowledge your own privilege, then you ask yourself, what would I do in this situation? Then you realize survival is what kicks in, and you just have to move. And really our solidarity to all the communities you spoke to, and thank you for the work you've done with the colleagues. And I think that's what we're here today, it's really to just deepen our understanding, and also just to really unpack which way do we go. There are tons and tons of recommendations, but what will really move the dial on this, and I'm really hoping we can also learn from the different stakeholders in the room, because you have people dealing with migration, you have people dealing with climate justice, the people who want us to go to courts, and and so on and so forth. So we really need to get in there. But I think before I'm conscious of time, because we have to have a health break at 10:30, but maybe we can borrow a few minutes, because our other speaker is not yet here. So I think we can just borrow a few minutes for some 2 or 3 reflections or questions from the room to David. Specifically in terms of the research, I'm sure other aspects, I'm sure it has triggered so much in your mind and you want to contribute and you want to chime in, add. I think that's what the rest of the day is for. But if you have any question or reflection for David in terms of either the approach, the scope, the methodology, the findings, or an angle that you think maybe could have been explored more, then we can also hear that. I can see one hand and I'll take, I think, a maximum of 3. So I've seen my 3 hands. Sorry if I've not seen your hand. So please go ahead, and then the lady, and then you'll also introduce yourself as you ask your question, then I'll come to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, David, for the comprehensive overview of the report. I think Amnesty International really did a great job when it comes to highlighting the role of the government in ensuring the rights and also highlighting climate justice, the right for loss and damage support or investment to these climate disaster victim countries. However, when it comes to Somalia, I think one thing that we also need to take note of is understanding the resilience and the capacity of the communities. Yes, there are issues and challenges, but also there are hidden, sometimes not so much hidden, but we don't make any effort to see it, capacities and systems and resilience. And the reason why this is important is that if you need to support someone, you build on what they have instead of treating them as a blank page. So this is very important. And I think I can also refer you to one report ASAP did with Ground Truth Solutions, GTS. It's published recently in their website, where we look at the drought situation, the current drought situation, and what the communities are experiencing. And the title of the report is "We are not sitting there idly." The communities already are the first responders. They are doing a lot of great initiatives. Sometimes drought strain these initiatives by redirecting the limited resources they have to respond to this more urgent issue. However, that capacity and the resilience is there. And sometimes, when you are applying the traditional research methodologies, quantitative and qualitative methodologies, these kind of aspects may not come straightforward, because people are survey fatigued and they have expectation. So you'll find that from experience, we find that when we go with questionnaires and ask them some research questions, most of the time people would give you answers that are relevant to NGOs, that we need this, we need that, we need this. But really, if communities and people are engaged truly, time is spent with them in that village, and they are talked to and asked their stories and experiences, they will tell you amazing things despite the challenges. And this is what we need to understand to build on it. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That's really, really profound. Please go ahead. Do you have a microphone there? Maybe we can pass it to the next table.
Good morning, all of you. My name is Faiza Ali Yusuf. I am from the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, Somalia. So I want to just state a little reflection on the report. So actually I have read all the report, and it has a lot of good data and information. Although, and I want to thank David for his, amazing, work that he did. But there is some limited, gaps in the report. According to when we are going to do research or survey or collecting data. Mostly it's good the topic and the objectives and the methodologies should be, reflected and matched and aligned with each other. So the report in general, the topic is drought report across, all Somalia, the displacement in Somalia. And when you see the methodology, you see that only it's interviewed the people in Dadaab, not even in Somalia. And what I have seen also, there is a limited engagement with the government stakeholders. There is a lot of, documents and policies and frameworks that the Somali government, especially the Minister of Environment, working on and already has been, developed. So the area of when it's more emphasized in the human rights, areas, especially the refugees' rights. So it will be more on the Dadaab refugee, climate displaced or something like that. To be the topic should reflect, what's the body and the content. And I will talk more about on, in the panel discussion about the government's, efforts and what we made in terms of climate finance, in terms of impacting the drought and so on. And also for the human rights aspects. And I will like to also mention, David also now mentioned that there is some people from 3 states, Hirshabelle, Jubaland, and Southwest, which is great. They are the most, affected communities when in times of drought. All Somalia is, the people are affected. This devastating, disaster, but those areas, because they have rivers, so there's floods, more on also droughts. Also, I want to mention that how about the rest, of the states in Somalia? Does this data capture all or reflecting, Somalia status of the drought? So that's what I want also to mention. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll take the last one here, and then David, some reflections before we take a break.
And thank you. And thank you, David, for the effort and work you did on this report. And I agree with Faiz on some of the aspects that for the report to really cover the Somali context, that it could have been good in some voices from inside Somalia, inside the areas where the drought hit people and adjacent that. But less about the technicalities and more about the issue itself. And I think that part of that the human rights impact that it has, also there is the element that it could have been good if the report really covered that, because since the droughts contribute to the less food, less resources, that it really contributes to the conflict and instability in these areas. People could fight over food, could fight over access to resources, and could really intensify grievances or conflicts between communities. And it really a factor, an element, a theme that could have been explored more, I think. And other point that I could have really go for it, and it's part of the recommendations. And I think that because in the past decades, 2 to 3 decades, the matter of humanitarian aspect existed. Billions of money were spent and billions of projects were done. And if you look at the situation right now, how is it? It's not much that different, because the cycle keeps going on from droughts to floods, from droughts to floods. And the main issue is that it's been viewed only as a humanitarian aspect and reaction to it, and late response rather than being a proactive measure. And that's what really makes the situation very hardship. And the other element is that in the areas where humanitarian service being done and by international actors, government actors or local actors, there's no the element of transition and integration in mind of these people. There's no plans in mind that to avoid these issues in the future, because if you will look back at the data, and this just going on an assumption, and I think if we look at data, it could be really proof that the same cycle happens in the same manner. Floods, then droughts, floods, then droughts. The period could be different and various and in extension, but is the same cycle, and there's the same way people store their food, they lose their food, and they suffer from it. And the same humanitarian action comes again and again with no development aspect in mind, and to empower these people, to empower these communities, and really integrate them and make them more resilient. So the question is that, where are these millions of billions of money and projects are going on if the situation is the same? So are we doing just gonna cover the situation about it year after year? Isn't there accountability? Thank you.
Thank you. So, David, maybe just some reflections on the three perspectives, the communities, the capacities. Where are we starting? Are we starting from a blank sheet, or are we coming in acknowledging what is already existing? And maybe some reflections on the methodology and approach and the limitations to the extent that it's possible, and just the whole reflection around the humanitarian lens being one of our points where we falter, as opposed to adopting a more development approach. Thank you.
That question has reminded me a conversation I had with a government official, a Somalia government official in COP29. So when we spoke about drought in Somalia, he said, you know, I don't understand why those people are moving. Why can't they cope the way their ancestors were coping, you know? If their ancestors moved also from Somalia because of drought, there would be nobody left, you know? And that is part of the challenge. We recognize the significance of local knowledge and local adaptation systems. But I think also, I must admit, our line of inquiry was not that, you know? Maybe then we can do another research on how local coping mechanisms can be tapped into for climate resilience. But that was not our approach. But it's a challenge I take forward, and maybe in future we can think about that. The other thing is the methodology. So when we interviewed people, we actually interviewed people inside Somalia. We have partners operating in Somalia, and we asked the people to go to their office, and we interviewed them there. From the offices. We just didn't get into Somalia, but we interviewed them. The other thing is the people we were interviewing were people who had arrived recently, you know, 6 months, 1 year, people who some had not even registered already. Some didn't even have tent. So there are people who had recently moved. And they didn't move directly from, you know, their homes to Dadaab. They moved from various camps in Somalia. So we were trying to trace their experience. But of course we triangulated this with some interviews we did with people inside Somalia. Now we also did interviews with humanitarians operating inside Somalia. So I think, we spoke to a couple of Somalia government officials. Due to research ethics, I can't mention them. And so we tabulated the data. It's unfortunate, Faiza, we didn't speak to you, but I think we are now speaking to you now. But we did speak to other officials. Now, when we produced the report, we wrote to them. We wrote 6 letters to 6 ministries. None of those ministries responded. We gave them even extra time to respond. None of them responded. So we've tried to engage Somalia government on this report, and this is part of the engagement anyway. The other thing is clan conflict. The report documents some clan conflicts around water resources. Not so much, but clan conflict with regards to control of water resources. The other thing Faiza asked about, what about the other states? So I think Chemutai will be able to highlight this a bit better than me. The science was more conclusive on southern Somalia. The science, because we were focusing on states where there is scientific evidence that the drought is linked to climate change. And there is a lot of scientific debate going on whether the drought in the whole Horn of Africa is linked to climate change or not. So to avoid getting into this discourse, we picked the area where the science is conclusive. And I think, Chemutai, when you speak to the science, you can highlight this. The other thing is why the billions have been used and no change. So there is some sort of change in approach by the humanitarian actors operating. One of the agencies that is changing their model is SOMREP, Somalia. I think it's a consortium of organizations including CARE, World Vision, and so on. Action Against Hunger. I think they're represented here or maybe online. So all of them are now trying to work with farmers towards drought resilient farming methods and away from the idea of just giving food when drought occurs. So we documented here, Dagmar.
One comment here. Humanitarian aid is immediate short-term aid, to say. We have to distinguish here between humanitarian aid and development cooperation. Humanitarian aid is really short-term aid, immediate aid to save lives. What we have to work on is the so-called nexus. That means that the humanitarian aid works more together with development cooperation, and we can create resilience and long-term solution. That's what we're working on. There has been the so-called flagship initiative, which then goes into the communities and work together with the communities, get all their ideas, work together with them, and try to find solutions on local ground. That just have been finished, and there's some very valuable experiences. So it's not that easy. But I have to say, when I arrived here, and it's the first time I'm in contact with humanitarian aid, that's exactly what I said. How can it be that in the last 20, 30 years, we're doing exactly the same thing in exactly the same situations? Because I tried to get more knowledge via the internet, and I looked up a report, and I thought, oh, that's the report, that's exactly what it is. And the report was 20 years old. And it could have been from today. So you're very right on that. It's important to find long-term solutions, go local, work with the communities, and I think we're working on it. And we're working on it, and it looks good that we find some solutions. But also when we think about charcoal, I mean, eliminating all these trees in the last 20, 30 years, of course, that helped, climate change as well, and eroded the soil and everything. So there's some more aspects as well to consider about that.
Yeah, so I think that Dagmar has answered, the question. So I don't need to add anything to what she said. Other than that, there is some attempt to try, attempt at long-term resolution. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues. I think we'll pause there for a minute. Hang on to the thoughts. I can see people are. Yeah, because it's really an interesting discussion that we can have, and I think it's taking the right direction in terms of questioning approaches so far, and really pushing us to think outside of the box. So we'll take a few minutes break. We are welcoming you to a tea, coffee break just outside here. Connect, mingle, introduce yourself to someone you don't know. We'll come back in exactly 15 minutes. 11 is okay, Sword? Yeah, I'm trying to push us to catch up with time. I know 11 will land me at 11:05, so I'm going to stick with 11, and then we can have the panel, because we'll have speakers who now take different strands of the different issues that David has raised and the report has covered, and we'll learn more from them and interact more in depth with them. Thank you so much, and you're welcome to a cup of tea, coffee, water, and just to stretch our legs. Thank you. And the washroom, sorry, I forgot to say. I don't know if, no, it wasn't said. So if you go out at the reception, you can turn right, you'll see washrooms just at the corridor. Yeah, but ask someone amongst us, and we'll be able to guide you. Thank you. Colleagues online, I will be back at 11 sharp to start at 11:05 latest. Thank you.
Basically, we look at every part of the planet to understand how is climate change continue to fuel disasters through extreme weather. But I'm also, of course, I'm Kenyan. I'm affiliated to the Met Office in Kenya as well. We recently published the State of the Climate Report for Kenya. So I support the Met Office to do some technical sort of analysis of the data and support the policy process in the government as well. Just to go to the next slide, our planet is warming. I think that is well grounded in science now. That's what you can see there is all the way from 1950s. You can see what has been happening. It's very evident from the data sets, from observations that we have across the globe that our planet is warming. And this is the biggest issue that we are in this room today discussing. We are talking because our activities as human beings have fueled the warming of our planet, which is driving these extreme events that we continue to see, which is driving disasters, driving droughts that we see, and flooding, heat waves, tropical cyclones, and all that. And if you go to the next slide, if we come home, these are some of the, so there's a reason why I have this slide here, and because I realized that there's a lot of legal scholars in this room, and I wanted to sort of contextualize my work on sort of the legal application. So I support policy processes like the UNFCCC. I'm part of the IPCC, but also I'm using attribution science to support litigation and accountability. I just last night we were running to submit an independent science submission to the African Court of Peoples and Human Rights to issue the advisory opinion on climate change. So I coordinated a number of scholars from the continent, and so both science and legal scholars to support the court with the science to issue that advisory opinion. So because our continent, it's a very unique continent, and we have to, when you're talking about litigation and science and economics and development, and you talk about humanitarian versus development, in our continent, we are just not vulnerable because we found ourselves this way, right? It's influenced by legacies of colonialism. We have developmental constraints, biophysical exposure, and financial vulnerability that sort of compound to give sort of the circumstances that we experience as a continent. And we know this continent also contributes less than 4% of global emissions. And we know that this continent has, out of the 50% the 46 LDCs in the planet, 33 of them are found in a continent. And we have a huge task to bring millions out of poverty, to expand strategic industries to support our economies, and to urbanize as well. And currently, in our planet, in our continent, we have close to 5 million people without electricity. And then we have 940 million people, 560 million people without electricity, and 940 million people without access to clean energy. So these are people who are still using those dirty sources, firewood and stuff like that, to provide food for the people, or to put food on the table. And also, we are the continent with the greatest need for affordable finance. But what you see is that we receive most of this finance in form of loans, and we pay very expensively. So we don't have the fiscal space to develop and to even decarbonize, which is a very different discussion. If you go to the next slide, so how attribution science works, I will just do it very very basically explained. So it's all the way from the greenhouse gas emissions that individual countries or companies are pumping into the atmosphere through the activities or industries, running industries, producing cement, all these other activities, producing electricity, firing their manufacturing in their countries. So what happens is those fossil fuels go to the atmosphere, and in turn, it sort of increases in concentration over time. So since around 1850, that is when the world started to industrialize, and we've been pumping CO2 into the atmosphere since that time. So we have accumulation of CO2 in the atmosphere, so carbon dioxide, the greenhouse gases. And what it does is that it has increase the global mean temperature of our planet, because basically what it does is that it traps the heat. So it causes something called the greenhouse gas effect, which is sort of traps the heat. So the heat comes from the sun, but then it can't escape. So it warms the planet over time. And what that does is that it also sort of fuels, so that could be global, but also regional change. So it changes what we call the hydrological system, because sort of it tampers the system, because the heat changes the dynamics of the system. So what happens with that is that you find other places, there's increase in rainfall, other places is dry, because that system is disturbed. So it's perturbed, and it causes that. And so what you see as a result of that is changes in intensity and frequency of extreme weather events. We see large-scale changes in ecosystem, river flows. We see sea level rise because our glaciers are melting. And then we see also slow onset events like desertification, things that happen slowly, like glacier retreat, like desertification, and aridity. And eventually we will have losses and damages or impacts from climate change. If you go to the next slide. So David talked about a study that I led like last year actually. That looked at drought in parts of eastern Kenya and parts of southern Somalia. And actually, David used this study as a basis for the work that he did. And what we found from that study is that human-induced climate change increased the severity of that drought. If you go to the next slide, you will see that this drought wouldn't have happened without climate change. So what you see here is without climate change. So it was a very normal drought, and then this is with climate change. So this is the event in the present climate, which is the climate that has warmed, and this is the event in 1850. So if that drought happened in 1850, it would be a normal rainfall. It wouldn't be a drought, and especially not of this severity. So that is what we found out from the study, that climate change is making such droughts more severe. And what severity does is it drives devastating impacts. So there's lack of surface water, there's no pastures for livestock, there's harvest losses. If you had any harvest, you lose them because, of course, that heat and lack of moisture in the soil. And then it's quite hot. So what we found out in this study as well is that now droughts are not just droughts, they come with a lot of heat, so they compound with heat. So it's very hot during those times. So for the women, like David was talking about, like they have to go fetch for water, for like long distances. It's so hard when you have a drought and you have heat at the same time happening, and you have to walk in the fields. You have to get food for your children. And so this is the reality with the planet that is warming, and we see this more often. If you go to the next slide, we did, the previous one was the drought that happened between 2021 and 2022. It actually continued to March of 2023. And then you can't believe it, this is 2023, October, November, December, and we could see this flooding happening in the same region. So as David said, you go, you ask them, when did you move? They said, actually, I moved during the flooding. And then some said, I would try to come back, and then there was a drought. So these compounding and the confluence of these extremes is what is also now driving even more displacement and more impacts. Because before the system can recover, whether it's the human system or the environmental system, they are hit by another extreme. And it could be the extreme on the other side. Because this is the rainfall deficit and this one is the excess rainfall. And you can imagine, and even the humanitarian sort of actions to respond to these are very different. And we saw what is happening in Kenya now. We had flooding in the east, the western part of the country, including Nairobi. And then we have drought in the eastern part of the country. And even for a government, it's very difficult to deal with those two extremes because the interventions are very different. The responses are very different. So countries are digging deeper into their pockets to respond to these extremes, and they are losing because most of these money that are used are not in our budget. We don't budget for these extremes. And mostly, of course, we are still very reactive to this. As opposed to being proactive, and that's why the issue of development versus humanitarian comes in. Like, can we move to be more proactive than reactive? Because what the humanitarian system does, it has survived from these reactive sort of responses, which is a problem. So anyway, so this is a study that we did in 2023. If you go to the next slide. There was excessive flooding in parts of southern Ethiopia, and it really affected the parts that were also affected by the drought because the soils were still very loose. So you tend to get flash flooding when the soil is loose from like a lot of heat from the drought. And that's the problem with these two extremes happening simultaneously or yeah, so I mean, to me, I really think the climate crisis is a development problem. It's not a, yes, it's not a humanitarian problem. I mean, I know the humanitarian system is part of this global system that has been designed, and it says it has its own sort of mandate and how it works and how it was built. But I think for me, we need to change because we're living in a different world now. I don't think humanitarianism is sustainable. And even, I want that reaction. We did some work in 2024, and we were looking at how the humanitarian system is prepared, and we realized that the humanitarian system is less prepared for extremes. Even in the operations and the way they look at the future, is that most of the time, even sort of the activities that that the humanitarian system does is not factoring how events are changing and how disasters are changing and affecting different places. So if you've been responding to like sort of, if you have your settlements in Dadaab and you know that that's the place that is happening, but now what is happening is that you have new locations where you need to respond to disasters, and that's why I say development is the way forward. The next slide is attribution science for accountability or litigation. I'd love to talk to litigants in the room, people doing accountability, responsibility, looking at responsibility. If you go to the next slide, just as I said, if I'm supporting, say, a litigation case, what you would want from me is the evidence that sort of points from all the way to the source, to the flooding, or to the impacts. So I would love to give you the evidence that sort of so let's just use an example of a defendant like Total, for example, right? So I'll have to say how much did Total emit since when it started. And then, so the defendant's contribution to warming, and then we look at that event, so whether it's a drought or extreme rainfall, and we say how much did climate change cause that event, and then we quantify what would be the contribution of Total to that, and then we look at the impacts, the floods, and then we understand to what extent is Total responsible, and then using that we can calculate sort of the reparations or compensations that you would ask Total to give to the communities who've suffered these losses. This is before climate. So for example, you would look at an event like this, you say cumulative emissions, historical responsibility, every ton of CO2 matters. That it means you're basically saying to Total that every day you do your activities, you're increasing impacts of climate change. And you look at how that has changed over time, and you provide you have to establish causation. I think David touched on this a little bit, and it's really good to understand. So like that's why I said, and sorry, I'm taking more than the 7 minutes. There's a growing distress in Africa, debt distress in Africa, responding to disasters, and that's a huge problem. So we are paying more to service external debt than what we receive, and that's a problem. So basically we are living in a flawed financial system, flawed global financial system. This system was designed during colonialism, and it was meant to serve the colonial system at that time, and nothing has been done to revise it. So it was meant for raw materials to be taken out of Africa, for us to receive finished raw materials, and for us to use sort of more we call like the used products. So this system wasn't designed for us to benefit from it. It was designed to extract a lot from our continent, and this system still thrives till now, and that's the problem. And so we need to be talking about what is debt relief, what is debt cancellation, what does that mean? I had even like the presentation, the nice speech that he made in the morning about grant-based finance. What does that mean? If you go to the next slide, in transition, but this is really for the legal scholars and other people in this room, that when we talk about how do we ground our discussions, so when you're looking at climate transition, you have to understand what is really happening in Africa in terms of solutions that are being brought to us. What does it mean? We have the biggest source of critical minerals that needs to enable transition to cleaner energy or renewable energy. And then we have the biggest carbon sinks in the continent. But we need to talk about how can we participate in that to make sure that we don't perpetuate the structures that have kept us down. There's been a lot of discussion on carbon markets being a dangerous distraction, and it's a very valid discussion that we need to have, because we don't want to commit our land that needs to produce food. We have a huge growing population, and so things like that. So like we wouldn't want to commit our land to that, so we have to be very careful on that. We also don't want to sink carbon that we did not participate in producing, and I know that's controversial as well. If you go to the next slide, which is, thank you so much. Yes, I can take 2 minutes for question.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joyce Kimutai. No, I could see people. No, I need to hear your reflection, please. Just 1 sentence. Yes, please. Yes.
Yeah, of course humanitarian aid is not the solution. You need to have more resilience and find long-term solutions. But if there is no humanitarian aid, that means people are dying. That's the simple truth.
Something to sit with and reflect. Can we chew and walk at the same time? We need to respond when people are in dire needs, but at the same time we need to have... Yeah.
You need someone to be in the emergency to save your life, but that person just saves your life just, but then you need, the doctors and the medical teams to come in to fix you up for the rest of your life, and that's development.
Super. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. So just checking with you, Joyce, you indicated that you needed to leave. Are you able to wait for the two others, or you want to take your 2 quick questions now before you just guide me? Okay. You'd like... Okay, super. Okay, I'm just saying 2, like hypothetical, but maybe there are more. But we still have to manage time so that we have time for our other speakers. So, thank you so much, first of all, for bringing simplicity to complexity. My head spins every time I see the graphs and the degrees, but I think you've landed me somewhere, and I've really followed what you've shared. So, do we have any questions from the floor? I'll take 2, or even online, but I can't see colleagues online. I'm sure they're somewhere behind this slide. Going once, quick question, reflection. We already had one. We have Tigere. Any other? And so Tigere. Okay, so do you have a mic there?
Thank you, Swad. Joyce, thank you very much for that presentation. I think for advocates working to really impress upon policy people and those with the responsibility to craft, local, regional, global solutions, the contribution that attribution science is making to our cases cannot be overemphasized. There is the slide which you showed, which indicates the impacts that we would have recorded in, I think you said 1850, compared to what we are seeing now. And I wondered if you could elaborate on the advances in the science that are now enabling us to speak with authority on the fact that what we are seeing are really supercharged climate events, where perhaps this would have been normal year-on-year climate variability. What we are seeing now and what we can increasingly speak to with authority is the fact that that variability is being supercharged, and that supercharging is directly related to to emissions, to climate change. I thought maybe that's that point is very useful for the cases that we are trying to make in terms of climate justice.
Yeah. The second one.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Joyce. That was such an interesting, simplified presentation for us. And I'm so happy to see the carbon markets thing. I dislike it so much, and I'm so glad that this is starting to get the momentum that it's getting. And I hope it gets us somewhere as a continent. Africa, according to the produces like less than 4% or around 4% of the emissions. Do you think enough is being done for those who are producing all of these emissions that we are suffering from to both compensate, as we're seeing with this attribution now? So 1 year, is enough being done? 2, considering the powers that be, is it possible that those groups and those people will actually be held accountable? And if not, what next for us?
Let me yeah.
Okay. He had his hand up first, then back to him, then him.
Yeah.
Just quick, sorry about that. And given that the countries that do emission more of the fuel and that, and because on the continent, like it's like hard to get to more sustainable approaches for industrialization, development, and something that, and already these Western countries already did it and they improved on it, and now it's like the turn like Africa beyond it, slow it, and then we all need that. So in terms of the nexus of really developing and keeping it intact, that also affects the level of development the African continent is going on, and that's my question. Thank you.
Yeah, I think these are very good questions. So I'll start with your question. So what has happened is that, so when you talked about like the natural variability, so we've had droughts in the past. It's not like this is new. We've had extreme rainfall in the past. So what happens, there's like sort of the natural variability of the system where it goes up and down, up and down. So you have a drought, you have a flood. And it's, or you have extremes where it's too dry, it's too wet, it's too hot. And that has been happening. It's just that I don't have, actually I have a pen. So what? Sorry, it's just that I feel like it's easy sometimes to explain when you write it. So what has happened? So this is 1850, and this is 2026. So what has happened is that we've seen this go like this. Okay? But then within that, you see this. So, an El Nino that used to happen in 1905 is of very different intensity to what we see now because we are living in a warming planet, right? So the temperature has risen over time, so our planet has warmed over time. So we still see this. So this is a drought, this is a flood, right? We still see, even with that variability, we still see it. But what is happening now is that it's like an athlete in steroid, right? Like you could run, but then you're supercharged. So you have these droughts that are happening, but then these droughts are supercharged now because of the warming of the planet, and that is what has happened. So of course someone can say, but oh, it was cool last year, or like, oh, US had one of the coldest winters this year, but that is what is happening. We see that, and then we see, I will finish very quickly, and then we see that. I hope that is clear. So this is what it is, and science as, this is unequivocal, it's grounded, the science is very clear, and that is why we have the discussion on climate change, that's why we have UNFCCC. It's actually exactly 1988 that this was well established. It was quite an unequivocal global consensus that our planet is warming, and this pattern is very clear from all the observations that we see. And that's why we said we need a body that can bring us together to talk about what do we need to do to stop this, because otherwise it will kill us. On your question on, so you asked two questions. We contribute the least, right? And we are suffering the most. It's quite unfortunate. And then also, looking at other things that I've explained, it didn't happen by mistake, right? We did not participate in this, in the development of extracting fossil fuels to use, because we were not even given the space. We don't have the technology and the finance. So for the longest time, resources would be extracted from us and taken somewhere else in Europe to develop and to grow those economies. And that was just basically colonialism, how it was designed. And so what has happened is that we are pushing them now to say it's a justice issue, that you actually need to compensate, to pay. That's why we have adaptation finance, we have loss and damage fund. And your question saying that will they, unfortunately there's no political will, because these guys, their economies are so dependent on fossil fuels that they're so afraid that if they transition quickly from it, their economies will collapse. But it's not true. The thing is, they just want to keep sort of the control and the power. So they want to be superpowers, have the biggest economies. It's a flex. It's a muscle flex. And so what's happening, and we even see that in the US now, they're so open about it. They say like, oh, we can't transition, we can't go. Because they love fossil fuels, because it's easy to just extract these fossil fuels from the ground and run industries and make money and continue ruling the world. So they don't want to participate in the joint transition. And China is taking that lead now, which is good, of trying to transition to say, let's use renewable energy. But your question on whether they'll pay or not, the thing is, that's why we are going to the courts. It's like we're using different avenues to see. So for example, the UNFCCC now, a lot of people feel that it's not delivering because of all the issues. It's been 30 years of talking, but little is done. Even though the loss and damage fund, we need close to 400 billion a year for loss and to address losses and damages. But what we get is now 600 million, which cannot even help anyone. So that's why we are using avenues, and that's why I'm using my science to support like legal scholars to go to court. So we are using different avenues to try to pressure these countries. Number one, to phase out from fossil fuels, to stop this fueling of extremes, and also to pay to communities. And when you come to your point, we're being told that every ton of CO2 emission matters, and we are told as Africa that we need to decarbonize. But if you look at it very critically, is that, so there's something called the carbon budget. So the carbon budget is like, you're looking at like the remaining, the allowable sort of space for you to emit before we get to like 1.2 or 1.3 or 2 degree of warming. So the global north have depleted their budget, like they don't have space. So they need to shut their taps, like close completely. And then for us, there's that space. Of course, we know that if like, for Africa, let me use this example. Like for Africa, of course, we know that if Nigeria uses its oil, burns its oil to drive its economy, it's of course going to the atmosphere and increasing the problem. But if you look at just an equitable transition, actually Nigeria can still be allowed some time to meet its developmental needs, to bring its people out of poverty, to provide electricity and clean cooking for its people before it can transition to clean energy. Because it's just not sustainable now to say to a country that is still has all these developmental issues to just stop. And for countries that have utilized it for so many years are even still using it. So the thing is, we are not saying banning fossil fuels is what needs to be done, and that needs to be clarified. We're just saying that there should be a just transition for countries, especially that are using these resources to build their economies. And that's a very critical point for Africa, that you cannot just stop now, because even those renewables, you don't have the technology and the finance. They're very expensive, actually. And even solar energy can't just like fuel industries, like a manufacturing industry. So it's about like having this very...
And Suad is standing there with apparently 3 burning ones. So, and I'll urge you to respond to them in 1 minute, because I've urged them to ask them in 30 seconds. So please go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Kimutai, for a good presentation and also attempting to simplify complex science. My question is very brief and to the point about dissemination of this scientific data. What methods are you and I mean you with everybody else working in this field, because I've seen some of the work that you've done, doing to simplify this information, particularly to the people who are most affected by this climate change? Thank you.
It's a very good question. Swad, is that the only one?
No, we had 2 more.
Oh gosh, okay.
Yeah. 30 seconds.
I'm not winning.
Yes, thank you very much. I have one quick question, which is, are there opportunities when it comes to early warning to integrate scientific early warning with community indigenous knowledge?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a very good question. Yeah. And then the last one?
No, that would be all.
Okay, super.
You said 1 second. Okay. Oh my God, it's normally very difficult. So for communication, that's a big one for sure. So we work with like different sort of stakeholders to communicate this science. Even like standing here now and speaking to you guys, I'm actually communicating my science, right? So like we can use like different avenues to make sure that the science reaches the different stakeholders that we consider audiences, which is almost everyone. But then we work with other stakeholders like media. like use like break the information like sort of in form of like a policy brief where you can just feed it directly to like policymakers for them to understand. But I think just to answer your question to communities is that our found it effective is actually interacting with those communities and co-producing the knowledge of the communities themselves. So I can't just like go to a place that I don't understand or a region that I don't understand and produce the science, and it doesn't even speak to the people or the realities of the people. So it's called co-production. It's like talking to them, saying, what are the issues you face? How can we work on this together? Will this science be useful to you? And how can I produce the science in a way that it supports your decisions or your decision making? And the question on early warning, we are doing that already on like integrating science with indigenous knowledge. And in Kenya, I don't think this is in Somalia at the moment, but we have this, we call them participatory scenario planning, where we have, we use early warning information or climate information, and then we take it to the local communities to disseminate and to see how it supports them at that local level. And we try as much as possible to listen to them as well, like what do they say about the next season, right? To the Somalis on the ground, understand about the looming drought and what are they doing about that? Are they prepared? What are the methods they're using and all that? So we try to do that. I know we are not quite there yet, but I think there are efforts to work with communities to co-produce knowledge and to disseminate knowledge.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joyce. And please let's give her a round of applause. I think she's done well. Yeah. And maybe through David, we can know where to find you for less pressurized conversations, where we can sit under a tree and really unpack all this more. But we really appreciate your input, because it's really set for us the tone for the next speakers, because now we need to get into the geography that is in front of us for today, which is Somalia. Like, what does all this mean and say for us? And if you allow me, I'll go online to William Ejalu. Are you there? Are you still there? I know you were there, but are you still there? Do we still have William on the call? I can't see W something. Yes, but for some reason I can't hear you. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. So thank you so much, William. So we have William from the head, who is the head of office in Dadaab for the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, and William Ejalu. You've listened to Joyce, you've listened to David. I'm sure you're familiar with the report and possibly one of the stakeholders who are engaged with for this research. So I think perhaps the question is really to really take us now to your context and connect the previous discussions to what is really happening. We're seeing an increase in numbers as a result of the new drought, and what do you anticipate in the near future, and how is the UNHCR and other partners responding? So that's the kind of conversation we're hoping to have with you, but also your reflections generally on what we've had so far. So can I give you how many minutes? I'll ask you just like I asked Joyce, then we can negotiate. How many minutes do you need, William?
I'll need 7 to 10 minutes. And really 7 to 10 minutes, just to put things in context from our perspective.
So much. I'm glad to agree to that. Thank you so much, and take it away.
Colleagues, please confirm whether you can hear me. Please confirm whether you can.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'll take a few minutes of your time just to give you the context and how we see the way forward. As you remember, when I introduced myself, I talked about opportunities in how to better support people on the move and how to better support those people who need humanitarian assistance or refugee protection when the refugee protection when the refugee protection when the refugee protection when the refugee. There's an echo. There's an echo. There's an echo. Okay, so thank you for the opportunity to speak today. From the perspective of Dadaab, the drought in Somalia clearly documented in Amnesty International's report, No Rain, No Food, No Animals. The human rights impact of drought and displacement is not merely an an environmental event. It is a systematic human rights crisis that has progressively undermined people's ability to survive with dignity and is now driving large-scale displacement within Somalia and increasingly across international borders in Kenya. The report illustrates with stark clarity how successive failed rainy seasons have decimated livelihoods, particularly among pastoralists and agro-pastoralist communities, where we see livestock deaths, crop failures, and the collapse of water sources that have stripped families of their primary means of survival. As Amnesty documents, when households exhaust traditional coping strategies, selling remaining assets, reducing meals to unsustainable levels, separating families in search of income, displacement ceases to be a choice. It becomes inevitable. What we are seeing today in Dadaab is the downstream consequence of that steady collapse. Many of the newly arrived class, they did not leave after the first drought, or even the second. They stayed, endured, and adapted for as long as they could. They moved only when survival was no longer possible, when there was quite literally no rain, no food, and no animals. These movements are therefore neither sudden nor surprising. They are entirely foreseeable outcomes of prolonged climate stress, interacting with conflict, insecurity, and limited access to basic services and humanitarian assistance. It is important to emphasize that drought does not act in isolation. It operates as a threat multiplier, accelerating, deepening pre-existing vulnerabilities. In many parts of Somalia, and 3-5 years ago, I visited a number of the areas that have been mentioned in the report. Climate stress intersects with armed violence, chronic poverty, restrictions on humanitarian access, and a fragile public system. The cumulative effect is that fundamentally, particularly the rights to food, water, health, and ultimately life can no longer be realized. In such circumstances, crossing an international border is not an act of preference or opportunity. It is a last resort protection strategy. For UNHCR and for Kenya as a host country, this reality compels us to view drought-driven cross-border movements through a protection and a rights-based lens, as Amnesty International rightly underscores. These movements are not irregular or opportunistic. They are predictable and rational responses to conditions in which dignity at the same time, our understanding of these dynamics is evolving. Increasingly, it is useful to look at climate-related displacement through an additional perspective, and I would like to provoke a thought. The roots-based and whole-of-root approach. This lens reminds us that displacement linked to drought is rarely a single event. It is often progressive, unfolding over time and across space. Families move in stages, from villages to nearby towns, from towns to informal settlements or IDP sites, and only later when options are exhausted, across borders accumulating risk, loss, and vulnerability at each stage. Seen in this way, Dadaab is not simply an endpoint. It is part of a wider displacement pathway shaped by climate stress, protection gaps, and unequal access to assistance much earlier along the route. UNHCR's route-based approach was developed precisely to respond to such complex mobility patterns where people face serious protection risks not only at their destination, but throughout their journey. It calls for earlier, more consistent, and more collaborative engagement across countries of origin, transit, and asylum, rather than concentrating responsibility and resources solely at the point of arrival. While the Somalia-Kenya context differs from other global corridors, the underlying logic applies powerfully here, because climate displacement is incremental, foreseeable, and recurrent. Adopting a roots-based perspective allows us to move beyond the narrow question of why people arrive in Dadaab to more actionable and preventive questions. Where do rights deprivations begin? Where do protection risks intensify? reduce harm and displacement pressure? And how do we reduce dangerous journeys while fully safeguarding the right to seek asylum? This matters profoundly because people on the move face heightened risks throughout their journeys: exposure to exploitation, family separation, violence, and severe deprivation. A whole of route view reinforces our obligation to uphold protection and dignity along the entire displacement pathway, not only once people reach safety. Here in Dadaab, the impact of these dynamics is substantial. After more than 3 decades of hosting refugees, Dadaab continues to provide life-saving protection, but the system is under significant strain. Pressures on water infrastructure, health and nutrition services, education facilities, shelter, protection programming are increasing. Host communities, many of whom face their own climate-related vulnerabilities, are equally affected. At the same time, humanitarian resources are declining even as climate-related needs expand in scale and complexity. This reality makes clear that traditional camp-centric humanitarian responses are no longer sufficient, particularly when displacement driven by climate shocks is both predictable and protracted. That is why municipalization and area-based development approaches are no longer optional, they are essential. The government of Kenya's Sharika plan represents a decisive shift in refugee management policy. By anchoring refugee responses within county-led development systems, Sharika, or the Sharika plan, recognizes that displacement is not a temporary anomaly, but an enduring feature of the broader socioeconomic, environmental landscape in which both refugees and the host communities live. For that service delivery towards integrated country-led systems that serve all residents, it means planning for water, health, education, energy, and land use in ways that reflect demographic realities, climate risks, and long-term sustainability, while enhancing the capacity of local institutions to absorb new arrivals without eroding existing services. Area-based frameworks such as the Garissa Integrated Socio-Economic Development Plan provide the practical vehicle to operationalize this shift. GISIDEP embeds refugee hosting areas within wider county priorities on climate adaptation, infrastructure development, livelihoods, and social cohesion, aligning humanitarian and development investments within a single planning framework. Through this alignment, we can, 1, expand climate-resilient water systems that reduce competition over scarce natural resources, strengthen health and education services as part of public systems rather than parallel systems, promote livelihoods and economic inclusion, reducing dependency while strengthening resilience, and foster peaceful coexistence between refugees and host communities. From a protection perspective, this alignment is fundamental. Access to basic services is not merely a development outcome. It is a core protection measure. When refugees and host communities or populations have predictable access to healthcare, education, civil documentation, and social services, protection risks decrease, dignity is preserved, and communities are better equipped to withstand future shocks. Municipalized approaches also ensure that women, children, persons with disabilities or persons living with disabilities, and other at-risk groups are not where vulnerabilities are often compounded during movement as well as after arrival. At the same time, strengthening local systems must go hand in hand with protection-sensitive border management and access to asylum. Climate impacts do not negate the need for international protection. They rather intensify it. UNHCR remains committed to supporting the government of Kenya to maintain access to asylum, registration, and documentation for those fleeing Somalia, including those displaced by the intersecting effects of climate stress and conflict. Looking ahead, Amnesty's findings are clear. Displacement linked to drought is not an exception. It is likely to intensify. Our response must therefore be anticipatory, integrated, and durable. This means invest in early systems linked to early action, both within Somalia and in refugee hosting areas, like in Kenya, recognizing that movement along displacement routes is often foreseeable. It requires scaling up climate resilient infrastructure, particularly water and renewable energy in places like Dadaab. And it demands that durable solutions thinking, including voluntary return under safe conditions, local integration where possible, and complementary legal pathways is embedded from the outset. Crucially, this will not be possible without predictable and flexible financing that bridges humanitarian response, development planning, and climate finance. Without such investment, we risk normalizing repeated crisis responses and eroding both protection outcomes and social cohesion. In closing, what Amnesty International documents in No Rain, No Food, No Animals is not an abstract or distant reality. It is visible in of new arrivals and in the resilience of communities managing sustained pressure with limited resources. Climate-related displacement is already with us. The combined application of the Sharika Plan, municipalization, county-level development frameworks such as GISIDEP, and a roots-aware protection perspective offers a credible pathway not only to manage displacement, but to protect rights, strengthen systems, and build resilience for the long term. UNHCR stands ready to continue working with national and county governments, donors and partners to translate these frameworks into concrete outcomes for refugees and the host communities alike. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Thank you so much, William. We really appreciate those reflections, including the approach that you're championing, the whole of root approach, and just looking at it as a more systemic issue. That's really encouraging. And with that, I think it's important that now we hear from the reflections of the representative of the Somalia government, and we are glad to have with us Faiza Yusuf, Director of Climate Change, Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, who will be reflecting also from the perspective of the state in question. And we have listened to the science, we've had the UNHCR perspective, we've listened to David, and you also had already some initial reflections on the research, which he also responded to. Maybe it's the opportunity also just to get your perspective and understand what plans are in place, where the challenges lie. We understand that Somalia has adopted a new adaptation plan as well. It would also be good to learn from you what the thinking is and which direction you're taking, and what will be the role of the various stakeholders in the room and outside of the room who have also been speaking about the matter and acting on it to date. So you're most welcome, Faiza. And how much time do you need?
Maybe I will try to make it 10, maybe. 10
minutes, eh?
Yeah,
that works for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Flavia, and good afternoon, all of you. Assalamu alaikum. It's a pleasure to be here today, and thank you for the Amnesty International for inviting the government of Somalia to participate in this important event. First of all, I would like to mention the Somalia climatical condition, a little brief about geographically what's going on in Somalia. So Somalia is located at the Horn of Africa. It has semi-arid environment where the rainfall has less average of rainfall usually. And the climatical condition is now, droughts are persisting, flowing with floods. So, and drought in Somalia, it's, as mentioned, my colleagues, is not only a climatical condition or environmental issues, but it's also a humanity issue. It's very complex, it's very difficult to the affected communities and also globally and nationally. And when it comes to the lives, for example, the livestock, the livelihood is also the human. It's like happening, quickly, and it's unpredictable. But it's again, there is another impact which is quietly happening, which is the consequences of the drought on land, because drought was happening over years, over decades in Somalia. So it has a long impact on land. And it's really less emphasized on the land degradation that drought is, when it's occurs, it's, there is increasing of what I can say. I mean, it has a severely damaged on land. And it's reducing the land capacity to absorb the water. So whenever you had, there is droughts, and again there is floods. The issue is, the land capacity cannot absorb the water. So every drop of rainfall, it turns quickly into flash floods. So and this is also will exacerbate the deforestation. As now Joyce mentioned, we don't emit a lot of emissions as Africa, as Somalia. We don't contribute much emissions, but the impact of the deforestation, also the droughts, the less rainfall, the water scarcity, all are intensifying the issue of the land degradation. So if I come back to your question, Somalia has, developed a lot of strategies which can combat the droughts. And it's also now, what I can say is Somalia is shifting from reactive crisis to more response and structured frameworks. So the government also committed to fulfill the international, national, and regional obligations. We have recently joined the EAC, and we are a member of all the 3 Rio Conventions, SDGs. Also, there is another national commitment. So if I come back to the national commitments, we have developed a national adaptation plan, which is starting from 2025 to 2030. So it's like 5-year plan. So what is in that national adaptation plan? So it has a key strategies and key areas or priorities. First of all, it's agriculture, livestock, and food security. One of the priorities of in our NAP. I have mentioned that we have some water scarcity, and again we have overflow of water. So the other second key priorities is water resource management. And the third priority is forest and biodiversity. The fourth is health, sanitation, and human settlements. Fourth is urban development and municipalities. Now Josh was talking about the the signs of urban heat and the poor infrastructure that we have, which is not contributing the adaptive or coping mechanisms of the climate change. So we really concern also or set a priority for the urban development. The sixth priority is disaster risk management. And lastly, we have energy and transport. So this is the key areas of Somalia National Adaptation Plan. We have estimated to implement the NAP 2.4 billion. So you can see a lot of work here, billion, yeah. Dollar maybe we can, I can say it's dollar, yeah, yeah. Sorry. And we have also NDC. NDC, they have, it has a component of adaptation, And even the mitigation in the NDC, it has a co-benefit of the adaptation. So the NDC adaptation component is also estimated to invest 6.3 billion. Our NDC is 10 years, 2025 to 2035. So every strategy and every framework is, even if it's not directly has not adaptation, actions, it has a co-benefit of the adaptation strategy. Because the climate change in Somalia, we were talking about today, David say why people are moving. Our ancestors, they used to adapt. So adaptation is very crucial in the Somalia's strategy and frameworks. Also, we have NTB, which is a National Transformation Plan. Previously, it's called a National Development Plan, but now we make it like more, more structured to, so we call it National Transformation Plan. So it has also adaptation components, including Somalia. We have the longest ocean. So there is also a lot of ocean or climate resilience on crops, pastoral system, food system, and that's one of the other frameworks that we have in Somalia. About the institutions, when I talk about Somali government has established a dedicated institutions such as Minister of Environment and other government bodies, including now we are about to establish early warning or meteorology agents. The government of Somalia also dedicated another entity for the National Climate Fund under the Ministry of Finance. And there is a lot in the NTB, the National Transformation Plan. It's the first time that it has exclusive pillar for the environment and climate change. So in terms of coordination, there is quarterly coordination for this, climate pillar group discussions ongoing in Somalia. When I talk about the coordination, I also like to mention the regional coordination is and the national platform is. We are really in most of the platforms for the climate and adaptation strategy actions. Now I see Eva. I think last week we were in here talking about the climate mobility event. So it was a regional, initiative. This regional initiative we were discussing about, it's a new initiative that we are working with IOM and ICBAC and other regional platforms and IGAD. So it is a risk index for climate mobility. So this is a data-driven tool which is designated to identify the hotspot area when people of the region displaced or when climate hazard occurs. So next time David will be easier if he is conducting any data, so that he will easily access this risk index for climate mobility. This part of the adaptation strategies also that we are working on to enhance the knowledge and data-driven, or evidence-based adaptation strategies. I would like also to talk about a part of the adaptation actions. We have what's called climate finance. So climate finance, I already mentioned there is a dedicated agency which is National Climate Fund, and I already mentioned the NAB, and NAB is $2.4 billion, and also the NDC, the component of adaptation is 6.3 billion. Also, we have what's called CCDR document. It's part of the the policy tools that we have. CCDR is a country climate development report. As Joyce now mentioning, is climate is not only hazard or something, but we have to incorporate or integrate because it affects the economy. So we developed a country report which is until 2060, which is really identifying evidence-based and priorities, how we can integrate the climate change or climate adaptation or climate mitigation into the development of the country. So that document we did together with the World Bank. It's we can get from online. I really stress to the participants to reflect and read, this frameworks, NAB, NDC, NTB, CCDR, so climate, also change policy. So all those documents and the other, they are really, emphasizing a lot of more structured and framework and systematically figuring out the needs, the priorities, and also the action plan with the fund required also to implement this action plan. In terms of finance, now Joyce mentioning that the carbon market and the hypocrisy under this, system, but as we are fulfilling, the Paris Agreement is and under Article 6, we are partnering with EAC, East African, community, to deep dive more on the carbon market. We haven't yet put the strategy, but we are going to do consultations and stakeholder engagements and how we can go further. I would like also to mention a part of the adaptation is Somalia is exploring its hydrocarbonic resources. It is the area that Joyce now mentioned is just transition. So we are really, pushing that in globally that Somalia and Africa needs to adapt the justice transition because we want to elevate our economy, and so that our community they have better adaptive mechanisms. So and when we see the drought is happening in everywhere, but it's really intensifying when that country they have less economy or their economy is not good. So that's one of the strategic to explore our hydrocarbonic resources. As one of the colleagues mentioned, as the humanitarian aid is declining, what we did was Somalia, they have vibrant private sectors. So now in this current drought in 2026 also, it affected 6.5 million communities. So one of the adaptive or the good strategies was the private sector is one company alone injected 1 million to support the drought affected community in terms of water tracking and so on. And now the government is working on how to put how to make a system with the private sector and the government to work together and to build a system to make climate interventions. Okay, so however, despite all these efforts, Somalia continue to face significant challenges. These include also limited financial resources, also technical, institutional capacities, ongoing conflicts, and excess of finance, climate finance resources. So with undermine the scale on the effectiveness of the adaptation measures, climate shocks are also intensifying faster than the response systems. So in conclusion, Somalia has developed a strong policy and programmatic foundation for adaptation, but still there is a limited implementation at scale. So we really want to emphasize the requirements of sustainable, climate finance, strong coordination, and also deeper regional and international partnerships to respond more effective on drought occurrence. Thank you for your listening, and we are here to also do more discussions on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Faiza. Thank you so much, William. I think we can take reflections from the floor and online to both of you. And I can see David is itching with one, yeah, and so I've seen your hand. I've seen a second one from IOM representative. Anyone else, so that I just have a sense? Okay. So David, please come for the microphone.
Thank you, Faiza. So I've seen in your national adaptation plan, and I looked at it earlier on before this session, I noticed Somalia is looking for about $2.4 billion in 5 years to adapt to climate change. Now, given the situation, the gravity of the situation, this amount of money is very little, because it goes to about 600 million per year. 600 million is the budget you do to build one road, maybe a 100 kilometer of road. So I'm wondering why you want, because a national adaptation plan is an instrument also for resource mobilization. So when you go to donors, you say, we have this adaptation plan, give us money to implement it. Now the money Somalia wants is so little. I don't understand what informs this. And in particular, I notice also that the money you want for mitigation is more than the amount Somalia wants for adaptation. I quite also don't understand this. Then the other thing is, you're talking about, when we did the research, there was a lot of concern around early warning system. And I'm happy you're talking about now a meteorological department. Are there any timelines for this? We are quite curious on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David. We take the second one. Sorry, I took the good mic. Yeah, I think we're good now. Yeah.
Fantastic. Good afternoon once again. So Eva is my name, from IOM Somalia. Yeah, mine's just to add what Madam Faiza just mentioned there concerning the RICM, what it's all about and why it's RICM, Risk Index for Climate Mobility. Risk Index for Climate Mobility, that is RICM. So the whole idea is to use data to inform which are these areas that are at high risk of climate-induced displacement, because, again, as you have mentioned within the room, much of the displacement that's happening within Somalia, it's related to climate variability. So if we can be able to pinpoint way in advance or where these areas are, then we can now be able now to come up with interventions which are tailored to those. And then it doesn't stop there. So with the RICM, and this is now where it's very relevant to what everyone here in the room, is that it links to a climate catalytic fund. So the people, the community, are part and parcel of the solution that climate variability has upon their community. So in this case, it could be one-to-one matching grant, or it could be, perhaps, in-kind contribution. The community contributes land, then IOM, amongst other organizations, coming together to support with very many other ways. So the Climate Catalytic Fund is what makes it a bit different, that we do not just stop in identifying the problem, but also offer solutions by giving money to these pilot communities to alleviate the impacts of climate change within that community. And I agree, early warning, I always say, I'm an early warning practitioner for the past 11 years over this region. Early warning is as good as early action. So in as much as we provide early warning information, how well do we communicate to the last mile users, basically, and how soon is that information relayed? And again, the aspect of trust, because there's need of involving the community people for them to have trust with the information that you're relaying, more so it being scientific. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for those reflections. Any other question to William and or Faiza before she responds? Victor, let's take Victor, and then we'll go back to some responses, including from...
Thank you. This is Victor. A question to UNHCR. It would be interesting to know how, if there have been interest by the Kenyan government with UNHCR to include migrants in the, and specifically the Somali refugee, in the national adaptation plans. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Victor. So, William, we'll start with you and then we come back to the room to Pfizer. I hope you got the question.
Yeah, I hope I goes back to the area approach I talked about. The municipalization of Dadaab now looks at the residents of Dadaab or the inhabitants of Dadaab, regardless of their status. And I think that's the approach that we are looking at now in terms of being included in the planning and accessing services. I hope that answer is satisfactory.
Yes, Victor seems okay. He's giving a thumbs up. Yes, thank you for that. Madam Pfizer, please go ahead and reflect on the question from David on, are we being too modest in our projections? To what extent is our ambition tallying with the situation at hand? Thank you.
Yes, David, thank you so much. It was a valid question. So we were, by the way, National Adaptation Plan is just a strategic framework, not a full investment plan. So we have now developing climate finance policy, which will, put all the as investment plan. So, and one of the things is that we put this, budget was Somalia. They have a lot of priorities, including the government, the governance issues, security issues, so that we were trying to be, more scalable and measurable, to project more scalable and measurable and, implementable, budget. So, and as I said, the NAB is more on strategic framework and not fully, investment plan. And also, we will take that also comment. About the early warning system, we already have, under the Minister of Environment, we have a meteorology department, but now we want to separate and make it, fully structured agents. Now we created the bill. The bill is not, is approved by the, executive and government, but not the parliament. And we are hoping this bill will pass, areas of this, months. Now we have, elections, and this will little delay, this bill to be passed. But we are really pushing to, make it, soon to be on plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll take the last two. I can see one question here and the other one at the corner. And then we can transition to our last conversation just before we go break for lunch. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much for the overview. I think the government of Somalia, yes, indeed, has made a lot of progress when it comes to climate change adaptation with all the policy and documents that have been produced. As ASAP, we recently have been engaging communities in rural areas of Somalia. One of the topics of discussion was early warning. There seemed to be a disconnect or limited awareness of communities in rural areas about early warning. So my question is, when it comes to roles and responsibilities, do we know the institution in Somalia, the government of Somalia, that's directly responsible for early warning?
Thank you. My name is Niven Simiu. This goes to Mr. William. I just want to try and see if we can push for a strategic rethink. Essentially, repatriation has been treated as the most preferred durable solution. But in climate-affected Somalia, should we try and prioritize mobility pathways instead? Having worked on repatriation, I've seen that returning people is not same as restoring dignity in climate-affected contexts like Somalia. We must now rethink whether to whether return is truly a solution or it's just a temporary measure or displacement journey. Thank you.
Thank you for those two questions. So, Faiza, maybe you can respond to the question as you give your closing reflections, and then we go to William to respond as he gives his closing reflections.
Okay, I want to mention the sectors who are responsible for the early warning system. The Minister of Environment and Climate Change are mandated now the early warning system, projections and plans. As we have also the WMO, World Meteorology Organization, is under also the focal point is working under with the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, but also we have another hubs in as Ministry of Water. They have a hydrological, division which also project and give early warning, information. Also the Minister of Agriculture, they have also hub, but all of those, hubs, including also Iswalim also they projected the daily, the weekly, and also the monthly projections of, meteorological information. So all together, who is coordinating all these efforts is the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. And I would like also to, take care of the time and thank you all. And as closing remarks, we look forward to the next, panel and discussions. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Faiza. William, over to you.
Thank you for the question. In principle, there are three durable solutions, and that is repatriation or voluntary repatriation, resettlement, and local integration of facilitating access to social and economic rights. However, and I've been at the other side of Somalia when I was managing the office covering South Central Somalia, where we are receiving a lot of refugees from Kenya. But voluntary repatriation has a caveat. It remains a solution, but only when conditions, and I quote, allow for safety, dignity, and sustainability. And it's of choice. That's very important. So from a climate perspective, for us, climate resilience services and security must be in place first. So while it remains one of the solutions, possible solutions, but it's very important to be aware of the limitations. So at the moment, and that's why you don't hear about it, at the moment, it's not an option. Because if you look at security, if you look at the displacement by climate-related issues, so it's not an option. I hope that answers. But in principle, it's one of the three durable solutions. But that doesn't mean that people would be forced to return if the conditions are.
Thank you so much, William. So kindly indulge me. I'm told there's one more burning question before we transition to the next conversation. So kindly, if you could keep it brief, and then we move to the next one.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, my question goes to William. The DAB and Somali refugees are coming since the 90s, and they're coming, fleeing from especially the drought. I mean, not drought, the conflict in Somalia. But as I'm hearing now, and also the report from Amnesty shows that actually people are actually fleeing, from the droughts and disaster, also floods. So since when the refugees you are receiving displacements from Somalia, which displaced by drought and in floods, apart from conflict? Thank you.
Over to you.
I think it has been multifaceted, because initially it was the conflict, but in between there were displacements that were caused because of mainly the drought. If you look in the mid, if you look at the different phases, but we saw more of it. For example, for me, I saw more of it in 2022 when we had around 50,000 people arriving. I think the problem has been the approach. How do we manage displacement from the receiving end, displacement by drought? And there are a number of philosophical issues. Are these people in need of assistance, humanitarian assistance, or are they refugees? Or there is a mix, because as you had in my intervention, that displacement by climate due to climate impact is not in isolation. For example, you see, if you look at the report by Amnesty International, it also identifies where the people became more and more vulnerable, including the possibility for the children to be recruited by Al-Shabaab, to be forced to pay for taxes that are not there. So, and that's why I advocated for the roots-based approach, which was designed for a different context. But for me, I see that looking at the context in Somalia and the mix of the different ingredients that further displacement, we have to provide protection and assistance from where they start until where they end, but it has to be coordinated. And it as the migrants or refugees, it has to be done even for the community. Because when you have drought, for example, drought in Jubaland or the Jubaland corridor, you will have drought in Mandera. You will have drought in Wajir. You will have drought in Dadaab because of the same kind of geographical nature. So in simplicity, it's just how do we manage? And that's why I said municipalization, looking at provision of services in a way that if you have got mass arrivals, there is no danger of people's rights being undermined because of lack of basic services through the humanitarian through the humanitarian funding system.
Thank you so much.
Briefly, that.
No, thank you, William. I think that's clear, and I hope that's useful also for the person who asked the question. So, could you give them a round of applause? Thank you so much, Faiza. Thank you, William. You can have your seat, and then I will invite our last guest before we break for lunch. We welcome you, Maureen. Maureen Okoth, Senior Attorney at Women's Link Worldwide, will be joining us for a conversation that I think is, if we close for lunch without having this conversation, then it means that we have not had the conversation, because Maureen is actually taking us through a deeper reflection into some of the aspects that David brought up around the lived experiences of different categories of community members. If you do not take an intersectional lens in our analysis, in our understanding of the impact of the climate events on the different categories of population, then it means our solutions or whatever it is we put forward will be half-baked or incomplete or inaccurate. So Maureen, you heard from David, and he had, as you were speaking, I was just feeling shivers as a mother, of 14 hours to get water, you come back, you get beatings because other chores were not done. Why didn't you fight for the food? You're the Minister of Health. I think you referred to the women as the Ministers of Health, who take people to the farthest clinic, but no one takes them, and so on and so forth. We could talk about children, we could talk about persons with disability, we could talk about the elderly, and so on and so forth. So from your experience working on this area of work, what is the impact of climate change on the different members of society, based on their identities or their position in society, based on cultural or social norms or gendered norms? And I'm imagining, my understanding is that you're not looking just at Somalia, but the whole more generally. So welcome, and maybe introduce yourself, and then you can speak. And how many minutes do you need? That's the question. That's the running question since morning.
7.
7 minutes. So 7 has turned out to be about 16 from working experience. So 7 times 2 plus to the power of, So I'm giving you up until, give us about 10 minutes to, give us, it's now 41. Take your 16 minutes, and then we have some question and answer, then we go for lunch.
Thank you. My name is Maureen Okoth, and I'm a senior attorney at Women's Link Worldwide, which is a transnational organization working on the rights of women, and particularly we work on the intersection of gender, that is access to sexual and reproductive health rights, climate justice, freedom from gender-based violence, and racial justice. And you have asked several questions, and I would like to start by saying that the impacts of climate change are gendered. they do not affect the whole population in the same way. So there are those vulnerable groups that need to be specifically looked at. And unfortunately, in our interventions, in our actions policies, that conversation has been missing. And therefore, it's important to mainstream those vulnerable groups in climate actions and policies across the region. And also, women are not a homogeneous group. So for instance, we've been told that the women from Somalia walk for around 40 kilometers to access water. And if you go closer here in Kenya, and I give an example of the Ogiek women who have been were evicted from the Mau forest in our conservation. So in climate conservation, they've been evicted. So they're not directly affected by the floods or drought, but the impacts of climate change affects them. You get that their experiences are different from what the typical experience that women have, that you have to walk for kilometers. So women are not a homogeneous group, and therefore even when interrogating matters women and gender, we need to look at the various intersecting factors that limit or exacerbate the impact of climate change. And children, just to mention, I'll limit the discussion to women and children. According to UNICEF, out of the 33 countries globally ranked by UNICEF as extremely high risk for children due to climate crisis, 25 of them, which constitutes 75% of that number, are in Africa, with a number coming from the Horn of Africa, that is Eritrea, Ethiopia, Somalia, South Sudan, and Sudan. So we see that we have a very high percentage of African countries where children are at risk of climate crisis or the impacts of climate change. And then in 2023, UNFPA did a study, and it estimated that about 839,000 pregnant women from Ethiopia, Kenya, and Somalia struggled to access maternal health services and obstetric newborn care. So that's a very high number. And that just depicts a very small portion of the problem we are dealing with. And therefore centering or mainstreaming gender and the vulnerable groups in the climate discussions and actions is very crucial. So what are the specific impacts of climate change on children? Several have been mentioned because, again, some of these issues cut across. And when, for instance, floods occur, children are not able to access schools. Sometimes the schools are destroyed, or sometimes they have to walk a longer distance to access school. There's also the issue of displacement, which is both cross-border and internal. We've heard from David and the several speakers who've spoken before me that these children are forced sometimes to cross the border. But also there's the internal displacement. And we've seen, for instance, when the Kenyan government were conducting evictions in the various forests, they destroyed schools. But then they did not make provision for children who were displaced to access, for instance, education, health, and therefore some of these effects are cross-cutting. And also the issue of water has been talked about, which affects children, access to clean water. David talked about water being red. Sometimes we access water, but what is the quality of water we are talking about? And therefore also the issue of diseases. When there's for instance, floods, there's an outbreak of diseases, communicable diseases, and we've lost children due to such calamities. And therefore, the impacts of climate change on children are real. And that now forms the basis why these vulnerable groups need to be centered or focused, a focus of the discussion and actions across the region. There have also been impacts of climate change on women, and several have been mentioned. But I'll just highlight in passing. Women are the backbone of society, and the research done by several organizations estimate that 60% of women in Africa rely on agriculture, rain-fed agriculture. And therefore, when there's climate change, impacts of climate change come, their source of livelihood is cut. There is food insecurity and malnutrition. And I remember reading the report, and sometimes women have to deny themselves food to feed their children. There's also, as I had said, some of these impacts are cross-cutting. There's the issue of disease again on women. And when we talk of women, one of the areas that has been neglected is the issue of sexual and reproductive health rights, the right to health, but particularly sexual and reproductive health rights. Women, for instance, there's a flood and you are pregnant and you need to access obstetric care, which is the process from conception to birth, and you're not able to access a hospital. Where do you go as a woman? So these are some of the discussions that we need to look at when looking at the issue of gender, and also the issue of gender-based violence. As had been said before, when you have to walk several kilometers, sometimes our partners do not understand why you are not coming back home. And that now exposes you to gender-based violence or stress generally coming from displacement or the calamities arising out of weather increase the issue of gender-based violence. Access to land, I had said that women rely on agriculture majority. But then when we look at the systems, due to structural and entrenched gender inequality, women do not have access to land. So they till they will use it, but the right to own it is always just subject to debate across many countries in the region. That limits their ability to access credit or loans from or financial services from financial institutions, and therefore that limits or exposes them to climate vulnerability. So what are the opportunities that arise for women? And climate change response need to be gender sensitive and also take into account other vulnerable groups. Increasingly in the region, we have seen, as had been said by Somalia, and as we'll see, countries are recognizing gender and children's voices in their policies and adaptation actions. In the 2025, the African Climate Summit Declaration, women and children were mentioned. Particularly women, they were mentioned in passing. So they were like a footnote in a very big document. And therefore there is need, there still need to mainstream gender in such regional actions. However, we've seen countries like Kenya that conducted gender analysis and included gender in its NDC and the National Climate Change Action Plan. Somalia has also alluded to the same. And therefore, we are increasingly seeing a situation where the countries are taking note of the vulnerable groups, not just women and children, but other vulnerable groups. But the question I ask, has it translated to the realization or the protection of women against the impacts of climate change? And I will answer in the negative. As had been alluded by Somalia, implementation is still a problem, and that's a problem across the region. So it is not just Somalia. So even with the little existing policies, implementation still becomes a challenge due to various factors, including finance. We have seen there are also several challenges. And as we discussed, the issue of climate access to climate adaptation finance, they're not gender responsive. When these adaptation finance or adaptation policies and strategies, especially when it comes to access to finance, the issue of gender and children has not been taken into account. The issue of information and knowledge sharing. So while there might be early warning signs, does this information reach women or children? And we find that it doesn't. For instance, when the Kenya Meteorological Department announces that there will be rain, most women are not aware. And therefore, there is need for that awareness creation when it comes to information on early warning signs and any adaptation plans or strategies. And then there's also the issue of institutional governance constraints or coordination challenges among stakeholders and particularly governments. So you see across the region, in as much as we have the regional caucus, but each country is also running their own show. So each country is having their adaptation plans, and therefore that leads to sort of uncoordinated approach to the issue of gender and children. And there is need to speak in one accord. For instance, when we are talking about the NDCs on the action plans, giving that contextual background or the context of each specific countries, but there needs to be a coordinated approach. And then we have had women, very few women, in elective or positions that could affect. But we find that even with women being in those spaces, the few women we have, are they advocating for gender responsive policies? But there's also need to increase the number of women in those positions so that we make women and children or women or people to specifically advocate for the rights of children when it comes to climate change. And I've said that the countries are starting to recognize or to gender mainstream when it comes to climate change. So there's need to use the existing policies. What do we have? Where do we start from? Because we have something. So we need to utilize the existing policies when it comes to matters children and women when, on climate impact. But also there's need to develop a more robust and targeted legal, gender-sensitive legal and institutional framework to address these vulnerable groups, and I'll not limit it to women and children. Then there's the issue of sharing climate information. There have been attempts by several stakeholders to share information, but then more still needs to be done. And the last point I'd like to share is on leveraging on local adaptation strategies. Women make a large percentage of farmers in the region or who rely on agriculture as a productive activity. And therefore there's that knowledge, traditional knowledge that we could all benefit from, even as we look for these other strategies. But there's the already existing traditional knowledge that can be tapped into to help reduce the impact of climate on women and children. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maureen. Let's give her a hand. So, yeah, the floor is open for reflections, additions, points of clarification. I can see one hand there. Any other on this side? Okay, I'll take David as others continue to reflect.
Thank you. Hello? It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Thank you very much, Maureen, for that presentation. Gender is a very it's becoming contested, in particular at COP and other climate summits, because I realize people are more willing to talk about gender as a discourse like this, but when you want to talk about gender in the context of money, it becomes very controversial. And one of the contested issues at COP, especially concerning these loss and damage funds, is a certain demand by women, and rightly so, that in compensating people for loss and damages, women should be compensated for losses and damages resulting out of climate. And this is a debate that is ongoing. I've been trying to track it. Not much progress has been made, because you realize if you spend 20 hours a week looking for water and food, and you live for 80 years, you realize of the 80 years you possibly lived for 70. 10 you are looking for water, or you are looking for food or something else. How then do we compensate you for these 10 years of your life that climate forced you to walk long distance to look for water, or long distance to look for food, or run for your life and stuff like that? So to what extent can we integrate gender considerations in loss and damage conversations? And especially because we now have loss and damage funds as they continue to work on guidelines for compensation, because we kind of seem to agree that African countries need compensation, global south countries need compensation, certain categories of people need compensation. On this women one, not much progress has been made. The same happens to children, because you realize that children who've lost like they've lost the entire childhood because their school was destroyed, they dropped out of school, they got pregnant or whatever because of climate-related factors, or they got sick or disabled or whatever. Will we compensate them when they're adults, you know? Because children grow up, at some point they become now 19 years. If you are 19 and you suffered some climate harm when you are 2, 3, 4 years, is the loss and damage fund going to compensate you for that? So I think this conversation needs to shift into that place, into that room. And those who engage with COP conversations and loss and damage conversations need to push these conversations there beyond us just saying black people, because black people are not homogeneous. Africans are not homogeneous. Global South is also not homogeneous. Thank you.
Thank you, David. As you're speaking, I'm just getting tired. My whole body is just like, the complexity of and the mess of it all. Yeah, and I hope someone here has a way of giving us a bit of hope before we go for lunch. Before you respond to that, I want to just check if there are any other reflections, questions, additions online and also in the room. This cannot be where we are tired. We have been very enthusiastic. It cannot be the gender, women, intersectional, then we are all of a sudden defeated. So I'm hoping for 1 or 2 hands, especially those that will give us hope. Yes. You see, I've challenged you until there's one more hand. Yeah, please, let's hear from you. And then we can hear from Maureen and close.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Agnes. For me, it's just to agree with David that we cannot leave out women in the conversations on loss and compensation. Part of it is just bringing out that the loss that women go through. When you talk about health, from a general perspective, we agree that climate change will affect us all. But we must recognize that women are the carriers of life. They'll be the ones who will be affected when they're not able to access prenatal care, when they suffer miscarriages, which reminds me of the chart that Dr. Kimutai shared with us, where there's drought, and then when you have climate change, the curve goes even higher. So it's the same situation also for women. That fine. When there's drought, there would have been instances of miscarriages, but now that there's climate change, more women will tend to miscarry, more children will suffer malnutrition, so we'll end up having more deaths. And therefore compensation for those groups of people have to be factored in a very specific, very intentional way. We earlier on in the morning, we also had that conversation of when there's displacement, who's left behind to take care of the elderly. So what happens to that 20-year-old whose life has suddenly come to a stop because she has to remain behind to take care of grandparents, in-laws who can't migrate? Then the same also happens to those who get displaced and go into a new place. Women also play the role of carers. There are those who will go out to fetch water in the far off distances, and God knows some of them suffer gender-based violence along the routes. That also has to be compensated for. Then there are those who remain back to take care of people, the younger children, and also the sick and the elderly. When systems fail, I don't know whether it is unfortunately or fortunately, women become the systems. So when there's no health care, the women are now putting in the bit where government should have provided health care. Now they become the healthcare system. That has to be compensated. And I'm happy that now in the legal profession we are having that intersectional, sorry, it's not a comment, it's not a question, it's a comment. We are having that multi-sectoral approach. So research such as the one that we now have, and even documentation and graphs and information presented in a very clear way can be presented in courts to quantify losses that women and children go through because of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those reflections. And Maureen, I guess we come back to you because I don't see any other question to respond. Oh, there is. I missed one. Okay, sorry. There's one at the back. Let's take that one, and then maybe you can respond to both. Then we can close.
Hello, everyone. Sorry, at the back here. My name is John. I'm from Refugee Legal Networks. Just one question to Maureen. She's talked about how the impact of climate change is gendered, and the climate change response needs to be gender sensitive. I was just going through my notes and asking myself, then what recommendations can you give us to help this, to change this narrative that the climate change response needs to be gender sensitive?
Thank you. So, loss and damage, compensation. Yeah, take it away and close. Thank you.
Thank you. Loss and damage is a very controversial topic, so even as I answer, I should have that in mind. But what I would start by saying is that human rights violations do not have a limitation. So, David, whether you are 10 or 20 when the causation happened or the cause of action arose, you can be compensated even when you are 20. When you are 50, sorry. Then when it comes to quantification, and I'll build on what Agnes has said, women do a lot of unpaid work. Yet there are scales to govern what minimum wages should be in place for every person, every citizen, every individual. And therefore, if there is a minimum wage for everyone, then it should be so hard to quantify the unpaid work that women do. So that will be my answer to David. And then on the issue of gender responsiveness, one of the things we can do is start with looking at interrogating the existing legal policies and actions and input gender in those actions and policies. But then work towards a more robust legal framework to entrench gender so that it is not just something that is on the side, but it is mainstreamed so that anyone looking at the impacts of gender will be able to get a comprehensive legal framework to address the issues of gender and children in the impact of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So can we give Maureen a round of applause? Thank you so much. And maybe one for me, because it's only 13:05. I was worried that your lunch will be disappearing as conversations went, but I think we've done well. And maybe one for ourselves for being such a good crowd. Yeah. So we want to break for lunch and invite you for a lunch, which is served just outside. And we'll take a break of, come back at 2 or 2:05, but let's do 2 so that it's 2:05. And then Suad, who has just stepped out, will facilitate the rest of the afternoon. But for me, it's just to say thank you. Thank you to all the speakers, some of whom have already left. Thank you for your very engaged participation. I hope it's useful, and I hope it lands us at a place in the afternoon where we are now more solution-oriented and more action-oriented and able to know, to figure out what to do, what next, especially because of the urgency of the moment we are in. And as we know, the drought keeps presenting itself, and we are in a new situation that's even more dire. So thank you, and enjoy your lunch. So you can serve lunch and maybe just come in here. I was hoping that the boardroom is free, but it's not, I'm told. So yeah, we'll just huddle around and enjoy each other's company. And hand over to Swad. Is that okay? Is it ready? Yeah, okay, super. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a good break. I think we shall get into the second part of our meeting. And we have the pleasure of welcoming amongst us this afternoon the Ambassador Jabril Ibrahim Abdullah. I hope I got it right. Fantastic. Somalia's ambassador to Kenya, representing the federal government of Somalia, who has joined us and will be just taking part in the conversation, but will, I think at some point also we've asked to leave, I think, if I understood right. So maybe before we welcome you, to just hear from you, and I would like maybe just to update you on what we've been able to accomplish since morning. So I think, as you're aware, we are here because of the report that Amnesty International launched in November 2025, I believe, titled "No Rain, No Food, No Animals: The Human Rights Impact of Drought and Displacement in Somalia." So following that report, because we just don't produce reports for the sake of producing reports, we produce research reports because there are human rights issues that are urgent surrounding the content or the topic that is at question. And here's really the impact of climate change on displacement of particular communities in Somalia, which I think our colleagues are also available if you need more information, and I think we can also have copies of the report that we can share. So in the morning, we actually went through the report again to remind ourselves, and our researcher David Gira, who led on the research report, was the one doing that for us. And then we had a panel of external speakers. We had a climate scientist, because a question was asked: why did you focus on these regions in Somalia, not the entire country, for example? And I think the response from the climate scientists was that this particular region has been affected by climate change, and the droughts that you're seeing, the weather events, whether it's floods or droughts, there's a direct correlation with the climate change effects. And then we also have we had a representative from the UNHCR, Dadaab office, who also shared their perspectives on what is happening, because we are currently confronting another drought situation, and we discussed issues around repatriation and the different pathways for mobility, climate mobility, etc. We also had someone from your government as well. We had Faiza Yusuf, Director of Climate Change, the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. She was here. She spoke to us about the National Action Plan and the different pathways, the different efforts that the government is taking to institutionalize the issue, and also shared with us the aspirations, financial aspirations, ambitions, to be able to meet this dire situation, and really just the different pathways that your government is exploring around this matter. So, and then we also took a gender lens to it. We had a speaker from Women Links Worldwide who actually also, and including David as he was presenting the research, he actually shared with us the findings, the particular effects of these events on women and girls in particular. The number of hours being spent to go look for water, 14 hours walking, I don't know how many days, the impact on health, maternal mortality, the domestic violence, because when you're looking for water, certain other needs are not being met, etc., etc. Impact on children. So we had a discussion that basically is reinforcing the idea that the impact of climate change is gendered. Without a gender analysis, without seeking to understand the impact on different groups, women and girls, children, disability, elderly, etc., then it means you do not have a full analysis. So that is where we landed by the time we were going to lunch. It was really just to invite various speakers to give us different sectoral perspectives on the matter, including from your government representatives. So this afternoon, it's more around welcoming you to also just hear your perspective as well, and also just transitioning to a session where we are going to invite internal colleagues to help us journey through the next steps, and to really, because today is a forum to explore, to remind ourselves, but also to look at the way forward, and that's what we shall be doing for the rest of the afternoon. And Suad will be moderating for us the rest of the afternoon, but for me it's just to welcome you and to invite you to come to the front, and maybe also take us into the conversation that you had in mind, where Suad will be facilitating. Thank you so much. Colleagues, kindly welcome the ambassador to the room.
Thank you, everybody, for staying for this long. Thanks.
Ambassador Jibril, I understand you have other obligations after this, but I think we could just get into the thick of things, understanding that how today morning went and how the sessions were. I think one of the things we would like to ask is, how's the political will looking like? We know that climate shock doesn't have borders, it doesn't respect, anything whatsoever, but what kind of international cooperation has the Somali government and diplomacy have you been doing as your term as ambassador, and what have you found most effective in carrying this out?
Well, thank you very much. My missing this morning was maybe it gives me what will be the more comprehensive thinking about. I think, but the briefing, short briefing, it gives us a big picture of what has been done. So, as a congratulations, I think well done. And my second point on that is that often Amnesty and government don't go along well, I guess. So I'm very much pleased here to also report to you that the Somali government is more or less open in terms of engaging in this issue. The third also, before I answer your question, also I commend you, Amnesty, for taking up the issue of climate. It's very important. People don't see it as a human right sometimes. They look in different lenses, and taking this issue is quite important. Usually in diplomacy for us is that when you are speaking on any event, we've been taught you have to write what you say. And the reason being is that because they said that words are guns that can kill people sometimes. So I prepare a statement. What I will read that statement, what I answer the question that I don't know how you go about, because you're asking me a question generic, but I'll answer the question in terms of the work we do here. I think I'm Somali ambassador to Kenya, but also an ambassador to the United Nations Environmental Program, UNEP. And I think my responsibility is divided into two. One is dealing with the issue direct bilateral between Kenya and Somalia is a very big issue because Somalia and Kenya are next to each other. We have a very growing Somali community here in Kenya. Not only are we neighbors, but also we are, our relation is cemented by blood. You have Somalis who live both sides of the border, who are very much close to each other. So that the relationship between Somalia and Kenya is a very fundamental, very important. But also we have economic interlink between Somalia and Kenya. We have a large and long border between two countries that we interact to each other very closely. And God made us neighbors, and therefore we have to live together until the eternity and the world come to end. So therefore, whatever problem we have, it has to be resolved through a means of diplomacy, understanding, because there is no way you can move this place. Kenya cannot move from Somalia, Somalia cannot move this area of the world. So that is my responsibility, is to make sure that that partnership and dialogue and relationship between Kenya and Somalia stays strong, and our differences are resolved through a very diplomatic, peaceful means. I think a few years back we have some challenges, our two countries. I think Somalia and Kenya went to a period of difficult period around 2017, 18, 19, 20, and where we reach a point where the two countries have to dislodge each other, where we have to remove our embassies, send ambassadors homes, and that has been a very difficult. Somalia took Kenya to International Court of Justice on relation of maritime dispute. So it was really very tense. So for me, as someone who used to live Kenya in various levels, and have a good relationship with Kenya government, Kenya elites, the president, when he became president, I think he asked me to play it all to really bring back that relationship. So we make sure that the two countries get along well each other, and I thought that my job on the side of the bilateral has been to ensure that smooth transition comes back. I think for the first time we have more than 40,000 Kenyans in Somalia now. A number is increasing by the day, who are doctors, others who are, there is no single hotel in Somalia where the manager is either Kenya or deputy manager is. So you go to universities, colleges, Kenyans are moving. And for economic reason as well, because Somalia use a dollar, USD. So therefore, usually if you are a teacher, elementary school, your salary is triple compared to if you are here. So people go there and move on. They have others, medical doctors are high demand. So from that side of relationship, on this side of border, also we have a large Somali community who have also have confidence in Kenyan economy. The future looks better. You cannot invest any place if you have some concern whether your investment can yield any product or benefit. So therefore, that side of also Somalis coming here investing it, and I think I'm sure where you are located can be a good example where Somalis have a lot of buildings and building it, and we are now engaged also area of agriculture. Somalis are moving in, and Somalia is enormously contributing Kenya GDP as well, because the Kenyan U.S. Reserve Fund has increased 3 times, and Somalia much to do with it. We also Somalis who sending a large amount of money of what we call a remittance coming. So it's a really relationship that side. But the other side has to do with it, and I'm very much happy that we're really getting very well. Of course, when you're neighbors, at times here and there, sometimes biryani might smell at you and be upset next door, and sometimes your garbage might put outside. So we have some challenges our own as 2 neighbors, but not to the extent where we have to go to court, to the extent that we have to generate some intentions. I think we are very happy, we are working closely, and Somalis who live here are happy. Kenyans who on the other side live across the border who are now moving to Somalia, particularly we're expecting oil extraction, exploration. So Kenyan skills will be needed in Somalia days to come. So therefore, I see more benefit from that aside. The bilateral, multilateral issue of UN Habitat, UN, also we're doing that side because environment is very important. Somalia has been very active lately on environmental issues. I was elected to chair of the African ambassadors on related issue of environment. I'm also co-chairing with now Azerbaijan issue of global housing issue. So that we're very active and multilateral side of things. Of course, Somalia we're a member of the executive board of UN Habitat, which I'm part of it. So from that side, we're moving it. But I think concept today, issue of environmental aspect is very close to our heart. And myself and my office is really working to make sure that we properly utilize the environmental aspect of it, yes.
No, I think you've responded to our questions, and perhaps maybe you could give us other ways that maybe Somalia could try to accelerate and secure predictable, drought support and the aspects of that maybe your government may be dealing with.
Good question. I think let me, if you allow me, because there's concept also deals with the issue of multilateralism as well, in which you said that the subtitle was environmental and humanitarian diplomacy. So I prepared a note, and I allow me to just go through it very quick.
Sure.
So it puts aside what I have really in mind, so that my thought doesn't lost in the process. I think let me start the outset by beginning addressing humanitarian diplomacy and its implication. And I think the context of Amnesty works very well. Of course, we all know that environmental diplomacy is how countries work together to address global environmental challenge, such as climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, and by balancing national interest with a shared responsibility through agreements, partnership, and collective action. However, environmental diplomacy remains constrained by political self-interest, weak enforcement, and global inequality, leaving vulnerable countries like Somalia to face severe climate impact and despite minimum contribution to the global emission. I think this goes to, without saying, most African countries. Delay in climate financing is another issue we have. Limited access to technology, another challenging we have. And the false policy disconnection from local reality, worsened by challenges such as drought, food insecurity, and resource conflict. However, countries like Somalia are still making effort to strengthen local governance, environmental institutions investing in community-based adaptation, such as water management and climate resilience agriculture, to answer your question, leveraging regional cooperation to amplify their voices or our voice in global negotiation, and building partnership with NGOs and private sector to access funding and innovation, by aligning local resilience strategies with a global advocacy. We can better navigate the gaps left by environmental diplomacy while pushing for more equitable international action. And here, you know, because as much as we are at the UN table and Somalia is now Security Council, the challenge you have is that you don't have enough resources to address some of the challenges we have. And the last COP 30th, the amount of money been pledge and what has been delivered is total gap is huge. So therefore, we can make the noises, we can, you know, push the envelope and challenge our colleagues on the north and ask them we need some support. But also these countries have their own issues. We have now one issue related to the environment that has to do with the plastic issue. That has been going for the last 3-4 years right now. And every single year, when we come together globally, we always fail to reach an agreement because of the interest is diverse. In Somalia, for example, plastic is an important element. It doesn't really create, but we don't have alternative. So therefore, what are the challenge? In terms when it comes fuel consumption, Arab countries wanted to ensure that the continuation of using it, but some Western countries, others are saying that we have to look into electric vehicle usage so that we don't need to do it. So the diversion is there, but for us in the diplomacy level, we try to make sure that that issue is properly addressed. For Somalia, again, drought is not abstract or occasional challenge. It's a recurring national crisis with a devastating human consequences. Between January 2022 and June 2024, an estimated 71,100 access deaths were linked to droughts, with 41% among children under 5 and more than 1.3 million people were displaced. And recently, as early as 2026, 6.5 million people are facing high level of hunger, including 2 million in emergency condition. These figures are not just statistics, they reflect the lives and reality of community across Somalia. And here you have, again, we're dealing with the issue of 6 months people have nothing to drink because of drought, and then 6 months we're suffering a flood. Is really a magnitude that one country cannot deal with it. And particularly knowing that the causes of this has nothing to do with us. Someone else has created on this aspect of it. However, Somalia has engaged actively through climate, environmental and humanitarian diplomacy to address this crisis, as I mentioned to you. At the regional level, frameworks and commitment exist. Institutions such as IGAD was represented here, I guess, and East African community, which Somalia joined recently, have developed strategies on drought resilience and early warning. However, implementation on the ground remains limited, and the impact on drought affected community in Somalia is still far below what is required. Similarly, the African Union has provided important political leadership on climate resilience and climate justice, yet operational support and scale investment reach frontline community remain insufficient. Now, one is the international community supporting us, but the other one is responsibility at our end. Because if you know next year or 4 years or 2 years from now, we're going to suffer a very serious drought, we have to have a mechanism to predict, we have to mechanism to address it and preempt it. We're not doing that. So what happens is that someone may have 1,000 camels, and he might be rich one day, and a few months later he might be lose everything. But the problem then, we really have to come up with what we call an other mechanism in which life can be sustained if this event happen. For example, people in nomadic culture, we really have to think about strategically where milk can be, byproduct can be created, or they call it yogurt or other cheese, so that the factory can continue if people, some calamity happens. We're not doing that. You have everything, and you expect one day everything will be lost, and you're not preparing for it. So for our end, we really have to become a very resilient, not resilient to deal with after effect, resilient to preempt it, and that's one of the issue. And of course, and growing evidence from the report you just presented, no rain, no food, no animals by you, I think it shows that drought is not only environmental challenge, but also shared regional concern that drives displacement, strain urban system, and heighten vulnerability across borders, including into Kenya, and as reflected in the movement toward the BAB and the areas which you have some testament today from these areas. So this reality calls for strong, coordinated action between Somalia and other partners, as well as regional in countries like Kenya, as neighboring countries bound by geography, history, and shared climate risk. We must deepen cross-border collaboration on climate resilience, including joint early warning and systems, sustainable water and posture management, coordinate humanitarian response and displacement population, strengthening legal and policy framework for safer, dignified mobility, while investing in resilient livelihood in border regions will reduce forced displacement and ease pressure on host countries. Again, this comes to us as in the East African region. We really have to also be very strategic in terms of utilizing private sector, because we tend to think when calamity happens, we always look outside. You know, Europeans and other donors can come and provide us, but sometimes you have a very powerful institutions, funders, Somalis, or others, Africans who have a lot of money, who can actually, if they combine, can be utilized. And I think probably I will stop here in terms of maybe asking some of the questions, but overall, what really struck me is that the bold decision that Amnesty to take and say that this is a priority issue, this is a human rights issue, this has to be addressed, and we have to look in the context. We cannot rely on also 100% outsiders. We really have to look inward and find out our own resources, our own creativity, and it can be done. Some issues, some of the critical element is that absence of politics, absence of a political will to deal with it. For example, in the case of Somalia, we never have a Minister of Environment. We have it. So now we are now dealing with Kenya, for example, Minister of Finance, Minister of Environment, and Kenyan Minister of Environment are now signing by MOUs, where we are asking Kenya to help us to develop some of these institutions that we worked before. Well, that is environmental agencies, other very important institutions can be replicated in Somalia. We can go short rather than going too long way as Kenya wanted, try to get some resources. And these are what we need, regional collaborations. And this issue has to be looked at in the lenses of human rights, and the right people have access to water, access to livelihood, and need to be and dealt with it. But I think we also, on the side of donors, we really have to also encouraging this dependency that never ends, that we continue respecting someone is going to come to us when we have a problem. I think we have to reach a point where we have to deal with it, and environmental resilience is one of the key aspects of it in terms of whether building dams, whether preparing for and protecting our environment, of not trying to avoid deforestation of many places taking place. I think this is where we have to really take responsibility, but I'm glad that you took the initiative to bring this issue up forward, and I'm glad to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ambassador. And it's interesting that you focused your conversation around the early warning systems. It's something we've been discussing throughout the day, as well as Ms. Faiza Yusuf from the Minister of Climate Change from the federal government of Somalia was here, who made a presentation on that. And when we were in Dadaab in 2024, when we were speaking to some of the survivors, they said that, this is Allah's will, that, now it's raining and then it's flooding and then all of a sudden it's drought. So they kept saying, this is what Allah has written for us. We'll remain resilient. We'll need to do what we need to do, which meant that they're not really familiar with the early warning systems. This information is not getting down to them at the right time, and some of the challenges were talked about that. And we'll also be interacting further with IGAD around this to see how, and the Ministry of Climate Change, to see how we could push our recommendations, especially around the early warning systems. Yeah. So we would like to open questions to the room. If anybody has any questions for the ambassador on some of the points that he made, the floor is open. All right. We have Tigere. All right.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for your important reflections. I will, let me just speak to one issue, and this is about. Sorry, we've got other colleagues online, so I think I think this microphone is working. I will just reflect on one issue, and this relates to the urgency that is required from those who are responsible for the climate crisis that we are in. But first, to recognize that I am encouraged, perhaps even excited, to hear you talk about what the the domestic, or rather the obligation that we have as states, as nations, for securing the rights of our people. Because I think the actions that we need to see and that we recommend in the report fall into those two categories. One is being very clear that protecting the rights of the people of our countries is an obligation for our governments. So I'm really excited to hear you reflect on what we can do within countries as well as regionally. We also, however, recognize that climate change, which is accelerating and intensifying the extreme events that we are seeing, droughts and floods, is a transboundary issue. The key driver of that being historic emissions and ongoing emissions, and a lot of these emissions being from the northern industrialized nations. Therefore, climate change is also a justice issue. My question is, first, from your perspective, what are some of the key leverage points in terms of climate diplomacy, from your experience, that could see, if we utilize those, the urgent action that we require from those that carry the historical responsibility for the climate crisis? You have spoken to the fact that the annual conference of parties continues to fall short of what is required. Therefore, in terms of climate diplomacy, what are some of those leverage points that we could collectively use to see urgent and adequate action from historical and those who have emitted the emissions that are causing climate change? And then secondly, and related to that, how can we, organizations such as those that are in the room, Amnesty International, other human rights organizations, how can we support those efforts by yourself and your peers in terms of pressuring the global north in particular to come to the party as relates to their responsibility for addressing climate change?
I think maybe I'll one by one might be a good. Well, I think thank you very much. I think to start your point related to the information and the risk and the challenge presented by environmental challenges can be trickled down all the way to the local people is very important. I think we need, whether we do a public outreach, whether we use religious, whether we use other institutions, I think is very important because people might not understand of what is happening to them. These people said that every 10 years something happens, it's God's will and so on, which just might be true. But on the other side, I think it needs to be public outreach on a local level, community level, local governing institutions has to be educated what is prevailing and risk associated, what can happen. And I think what I would recommend, for example, I might even challenge Amnesty International, and I think the report you have, You know, and I used to run a research organization, and in Somali context, sometimes reading is a difficulty. We seem to be oral society, and I think what you used to do is that we produce a report of 10 pages, 15 pages, but that report to translate, we make it into video of 2 minutes, 3 minutes. So it captures the essence. Very quick, fast, easy, and I think that would be the best way to go about, because you can have a very elaborate, beautiful report, even written in Somali, the beautiful language, but yet reading is very challenging, and therefore it will be a really good idea to produce like 10, 15 minutes, very quick. The message goes straight, and these days we become also more or less tech savvy on Somali side, because everybody has access to internet, and that's clear. So that is really important, and I recommend you to play that. And we also have to do in our government as well, that the Minister of Environment, and I think some represent here the ministry, I think the minister has to play a role as well to take this issue to the local community in a simple, easy way to take in and say, look, now we know what is happening to us, and they can react to it very quickly. And I think that's what I recommend to do that. The issue of cross-border issue is very also important. The case of Somalia and Kenya, most of the damage that drought brought on the Kenyan side also brought the Somali side. And I think we have discussing this issue that the border has to be open. And I think we agree in principle sometime in April, the border of Somalia and Kenya will be reopened in specific areas. People tend to say that the insecurity will increase. As a matter of fact, more money are going, more revenue are lost in both countries because of anyway the goods and commodities are going through it, but no one is benefiting out of it. So therefore, we are now suggesting Kenyan government can benefit, but also keep in mind, local community who live both at the border can also, economically when I'm strong, when I see something good coming out, on both, I make money, my community are going to school, things are happening better, I will defend that position. So no radical or Al-Shabaab can come through me. But if you are desperate, then someone will take advantage of you, and that is why the understanding right now in that aspect of it, in terms of opening the border, that would allow us people movement, but also when it comes also issue of providing emergency relief to the people of Somalia. Sometimes coming through the port, coming all the way in road is difficult. So we are now suggesting also encouraging Kenyan government and donors as well. Sometimes they use direct to the border so that people can get quickly and faster rather than going through all the way to ships. It costs will cheaper, delivery will be faster, and local community can benefit in terms of dealing when we have a crisis to deal with it. On the issue of climate diplomacy, I think what can be done, and there is another issue that related to that, by the way, before I finish, on the cross-border, where African intertrade has been a very challenging. We have now Kenya and Somalia about to sign an agreement, MOU right now, for a long time, first time, and where Somali fish can be brought and sold in Nairobi and Kenya. Just imagine a Chinese vessel come to Somalia, fish Somali fish, take that fish all the way to China, repackage it, and sell it to people of Nairobi, when they can get it very fresh in 45 minutes. It's just bizarre, and that doesn't really help. So what we're now suggesting also is that this has to stop. We really have to have intertrade. African intertrade can benefit and can also alleviate the impact of climate change, because people have an economic advantage of it. But to answer the question, and I'll stop here, is what we have to do collectively. We have to have collective bargaining on African side, or what they call as South countries, where we need to really play a role. What I'm saying here is that we can be as a force and negotiate in a better position in terms of what can be done. What you really have right now is divided institutions, and the capacity is very limited. So, Amnesty, for example, can play a role in terms of providing the skills, lobbying, the campaigning, the capacity you have into it, and bring the concept within the human rights issue into it. And I totally believe that African states, when it comes to environment, we do not think as a priority. It's not important. But environment is a human right. Environment is a religious obligation, Islamic or even Christianity. People has to be protected, people has to be provided services, people have to be given protection under the state. And therefore, education is very important. But I'm glad that African Union, AU Summit, the 81 UNGA is about to happen, these issues becomes very important. There is another element, by the way, that me and ambassador of Azerbaijan are chairing global housing ad hoc committee dealing that issue, how to deal with global, not Africa, but globally. And I think the issue of housing is very critical as well, because it becomes a human right. If you don't have a place to stay, and that becomes human right. So therefore, protection of our people is a fundamental right, and that has to look the lenses of human rights, but also have to be lenses of a responsibility of the state to provide that. That is not someone else to do the job. And I agree with you. But I think the issue of how can we really work together, I think we need collectively as countries play a role where we can have a collective bargain. It's happening right now, but it's not as strong as we have it. Number two, we don't have to ask 100% support from someone else. The African states or other states, particularly East Africa, we have own challenges, but we can also deal with some of the minor issues in terms of funding, but also in terms of programming as well. I think classic example is Kenya, where environment is a very fundamental issue. The government provides a lot of support, institutions are fully functioning well, and I think we can learn. And I think the city of Nairobi is a classic example, a green city, because of the political will is there. Because the commitment is there. Someone has to pay a price. People who, human rights activists, who are named after the Karora Forest, for example, these are kind of work we need to do it. And that's a classic example in terms of we don't have to depend on someone else to do the job. But we can, as a state, can bargain collectively, but the civil society across borders can also a very important role in terms of putting together our mind together and play it. And what that happens, and sometimes we can replicate ideas, we can replicate views, because some people, because you said, do not understand when they get the tree, what are the implications. In the case of Somalia, we have a small village where if you destroy a tree, you kill someone. So you have to pay the same blood money of that, or might be even arrested for a long time. People are realizing it, but it's not the magnitude and widespread as they can do it. And I think Amnesty is key in terms of lobbying it, campaigning it, can also be taken into that level of that area that is a bit uncharted territory for you when it comes to the environmental aspect of it, yes.
Yes, we have several questions.
Thank you very much. Sorry for coming in late. My name is Grace. I serve at Habitat for Humanity. Thanks, Ambassador, for speaking about housing as a human right. Habitat, we are in the business of ensuring everyone has a decent place to call home. And I would like to seek clarification from you in terms of adequate housing, noting that Somalia is now the co-chair of Intergovernmental Working Group on Adequate Housing. How are you going to ensure that Somalia, being the chair, is going to champion human settlement in relation to climate displacement or climate migration by ensuring that member states prioritize housing, affordable housing, and really targeting the low-income earners? How are you going to position it in that angle? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Quick one. We've noted when we are doing this research, we try to trace the extent to which Somalia was benefiting from, the various climate funds, the Green Environmental Fund, Adaptation Fund, and all the others. And Somalia is one of the countries that is benefiting the least. The top 10 countries in Africa, like top 10 economies, take like over 60% of the money. Somalia is quite insignificant. So I don't know whether the problem is that organizations and government of Somalia doesn't apply, or is it that you apply and you don't get, or is it a failure of diplomacy? why is your level of benefit so insignificant? Because when we were in when I was in COP 29 in Azerbaijan, I attended a forum held by these environmental funds, and they were saying we can't really blame them because some of these African countries don't apply for those funds. So I don't know why Somalia is not benefiting. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ambassador Jibril. We really appreciate your presence. So I would like to emphasize one of your questions that have been asked to you, for example, and how Amnesty International can push the efforts of climate actions. So I have one question and also one comment on that. So one of the things that today we discussed, and Ambassador Jibril mentioned now, that we have a very powerful and vibrant private sectors. So and during this time we are experiencing declining of humanitarian aid. So so we need what we need to do is, for example, in the recent droughts in Somalia, one of the telecommunication companies give as a respondent of the drought $1 million. So we can see, the efforts that private sectors are doing, but they are disorganized, and sometimes they are not really understood the magnitude of. In times of respondents, it's good. Disaster responding, but in times of mitigation and adaptation, maybe it's not like fully organized. So what we really need to do is to engage the private sectors in a systematic way, taking the experience, for example, Kenya government and what they are doing. So my question to the ambassador also is the same as this topic, how we can benefit the experience, for example, of Kenya in terms of getting climate finance, organizing not from the humanitarian or but bilateral in terms of the private sectors. And I want also, for my experience, to answer one of the David questions. Now he said Somalia is not getting the climate finance. It's not only Somalia, it's for Africa issue. We don't really benefit the climate finance. But I want to take the opportunity to mention now the government of Somalia dedicated exclusive institutions to work on these issues. For example, Minister of Environment and Climate Change is established recently. And we are doing really a good effort. And the last climate finance we applied was the Loss and Damage Fund. So we were among the fastest countries who applied, and we submitted our proposal to be, residue for the climate change impacts, including the drought and floods. In terms of the magnitude of the climate change impacts, we can say all these finances is like a drip of ocean, drip of water in the ocean. So we can really need to mobilize more resources. But at this stage, I think, and I want also to emphasize the readiness. The climate finance need, policies, frameworks. So in terms of readiness, we have established or developed a lot of frameworks. For example, National Adaptation Plan, NDC 3.0, the last one was NDC 3.0, National Transformation Plans, Climate Finance Plans, and also the government recently dedicated the current president, Honorable Hassan, he dedicated a National Climate Fund agents or division so that they mobilize resources under the Ministry of Finance. So a lot of effort is going on, but still, there is a lot of challenges, including the humanitarian and climate financing gap. Also, what we are aware is America is declared all, the climate, issues, frameworks, and finances. So that's also another, challenge that we are dealing with. But what we really want to now to emphasize or to work on is to mobilize the domestic resources rather than to rely on external. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Faiza. The final question, and then the ambassador will be able to respond. That's okay?
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for being here and for giving us this opportunity to engage with you. My name is Aline Kamande from 350 Africa, and I'm an organizer for climate justice. I'm curious about the discussions on fossil fuels. We all know fossil fuels are the biggest contributors to climate change. And despite that, we see a lot of interest in fossil fuel extraction in Africa, particularly in the last few years. There's interest from Somali, from Kenya. Currently, Uganda and Tanzania constructed the East Africa crude oil pipeline. And I'm curious, how can we engage the government more on this topic? Because we know already the impacts we are facing from fossil fuels and climate change, and extracting and doing more extraction from fossil fuels, particularly from our continent, will only contribute, exacerbate that situation. So I'm curious, how can we engage the government more on this? Our organization, we do actions, we take to the streets, but I think there's more we can do beyond this in terms of discussion, engaging, sharing our research, our data, and the realities from the ground. So I'm curious for your perspective on this. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I just started the issue of adequate housing and co-chair of Somalia and Azerbaijan. I think Kenya and France has done a fantastic job in terms of lay out the process last year, and we've taken over this year. And our focus, and Kenya has done a fantastic job in terms of championing of public housing. And of course, Kenya is now a global example of public housing and availability. But for us, what we are really focusing right now is that in lobbying globally, and I think there is a African Urban Forum is about to come next week, and I will encourage you to attend. There was a session where they're discussing and presenting it very comprehensive, Azerbaijan and Somalia, the roadmap globally of public housing, what they call affordable housing, and what dealing with it. And there are a number of issues we have to also globally we're discussing, and challenging for us that even definition is an issue, that global issue for us, because priority is different. Some countries are well advanced, that they have a budget. For example, give you an example, Azerbaijan is building a huge, there's issue of homelessness is a very negligence to some extent. Well, Somalia is a very important, and other countries are doing the same thing. So we are working closely with the global institutions led by with the help of UN Habitat to come up a very clear roadmap. And I think the second step, we'll be also presenting a way forward at Baku in Azerbaijan in middle of May. World Urban Forum move is taking place. We also have a July New Deal in New York dealing with this issue, and then of course we have UNGA. So at the end of the year we also have an executive board meeting, UN Habitat, where we're presenting way forward. I think all these stops we're making is to ensure that issue of adequate housing is an issue that get enough attention to it. That is why Baku meeting WOOF is really priority, because the issue of housing is human rights. It comes issue of element of climate change and its impact. We're working on that. We also have in countries where you have a impact environment of housing. The question we ask often comes back is that is a conflict, are we dealing with a conflict created by damaged environment, the case of Ukraine, or the case of Somalia, where environmental conflict creates a conflict, environmental crisis creates, and the process, people become homeless and don't have a housing. So I cannot answer in more specific details, but I think we have a very robust strategic thinking in which we're presenting executive board meeting of UN Habitat on 21st, 22nd of April here in Nairobi, in which will be approved. But I think the idea is we're championing it, issue of adequate affordable housing, dealing issue of financing it, And we can go all the way. In Africa, for example, a mortgage might be 20% in terms of even buying a house, where in Europe you might be 2%, 3%. So even accessibility of funding to buy a house is a very issue globally. Can that be leveraged, can be brought together? So we're working on that aspect of it. The issue David raised, I totally agree. I think Somalia, for example, and other countries, I don't want to say all Africans, some Africans, but there are 2 or 3 issues that goes wrong with that. The case of Somalia sometimes is a lack of capacity. Because we don't have the expertise, the skills, who works. I'll give you a classic example. Most of African ambassadors here who are accredited to the UN don't have even 2 staff, and they're supposed to lobby on behalf of their country. Just to give you an example. Well, some countries like Kenya create an ambassador separate to it. So majority of the missionaries who are based in Nairobi, they are actually combining of all these positions. The PR to the UN Habitat and PR UN, and then you're doing also bilateral. So therefore, and you have very 0 resources to deal with it. So your capacity to move around is very limited. When some countries, embassies like European countries may have a department to deal with the embassy, 10 people, 15 people. So you can actually do more funding, more coordination, more bigger. 2, the whole Somalia, the whole Minister of Environment was just created. So we don't have the capacity also. We're just trying to figure out how do we really deal with it. And we're dealing with also difficulty of even paying the bills of selling of the stuff because of the challenges we have as well. So we're starting really very, very, very behind compared to the people who have a Minister of Environment for a long time, structural flow funding aspect of it. And also the third item is also there is discrimination as well on the part of donors, because you see you're weak and you're no longer priority, and therefore why bother if they don't have enough capacity to deal with it. And I think that leaves us a lot of African countries, and including Somalia, way behind, because priority is not there. So these are the combination of it. And I think the question becomes chicken and egg as well for us. How do you really do? Do you really invest the time and energy to build the infrastructure and resources? That might be too late because the environment will be damaging to you. Or do you really start it and look funding of people who are supposed to help you to be funded? Can you also do that? And for example, the case of Somalia, we have done a very unique, we done with the Minister of Environment, there's brand new. We did not say that the minister will be delivering it. We said the minister will be the coordinating element, because you have an environment cross-cutting issue. It's not only one area. It's a human rights, it's agriculture, it goes to financing and everything else. So we said to the minister, please be coordinator, not delivery. And sometimes in some countries, and I think it's even including Kenya, sometimes that kind of structure, it crosses, it's very difficult to distinguish, because there is a challenge. Because, is someone taking my position? Who is doing my job? Is there someone else dealing with the issue of a minister? Is it under the Minister of Health? Because this is a health issue, or it coming. So what we agree was that the minister is supposed to be, and the idea was to streamline our way of getting funding, because otherwise it will be impossible to work on that aspect of it. And I think final issue that, and I think my sister also talked about, private sector has to be engaged, because they might be able to fund the ministry itself, so that we have enough. It's like, I might take an analogy of Amnesty. At the end of the day, you have to get funding. So you have to have a department that deals with the proposal writing. I used to run an organization myself, and that's a very difficult. And sometimes you have to divide the time. So should I really do fundraising and deal with the staff paying salary, or should I really deliver the service I have? These are the very challenging. I'm sure you have it. Imagine a state that doesn't have resource to deal with it, aspect of it. And I think private sector has to be dealt with. Issue of fossil fuel, I think this is very interesting. We're Africans, and this is more or less, do you eat or do you not eat? Because if, for example, the case of Somalia, we're about to drill at a few blocks on offshore, and everybody's looking forward to it. You cannot tell us that is bad, because the problem we have is that because economically we don't have it. Can you compare someone like Norway that's enough, cushion to deal next 100 years because they have enough resource to deal with it. For us, we don't have it. And so on the other side, instead, I think what people, organizations like yours can do is that can you educate us and provide us the minimum impact it does will have, rather than saying that you cannot do it, because every African state will have to have that curse for now, because the challenge is, of course, there are countries that has done more damage than the benefit they make. In the case of, Delta area of Nigeria could be a classic example. You have other countries that South Sudan is another example. The benefit is very minimum because the impact it has, the environment is so great. So what we have to really balance it, in my view, is that the desperate need, we don't have a budget. Somali government cannot sustain itself because we have a very limited poor country. So if someone says to us, look, we give you a budget of $3 billion per year to support the civil service, that is a God-given gift. We cannot say no. But what we have to come up is that can someone tell us, okay, you go for it, but this is the mechanism you have to deal with it, impact you deal with it. What we have right now in institutions and countries where they do token. So well, we're gonna help you to do ABCD on maybe 0.000% on social support, but not, and 99% of money goes to it. But also, what we need to also learn is that can we learn others how can live side by side with the desire of developmental. So it sometimes becomes discrimination on us because there are people who make a lot of progress in Arab countries, and now others did the same thing. If someone coming to you and said that, man, no, you're not supposed to do this now because it's bad. Now we realize it is very difficult for us. So what we need to do is that in long term, short term, we really have to come a very strategic engagement where we say, look, you can go for it, but these are the stops you have to make to live with the environment rather than. And I'm disappointed to say that because we have some our friends who are very powerful lobbyists. Institutions who really also we're having difficulty with them. They keep saying to don't even go there. Well, what alternative we have? If tell me something else that I can live with it rather. So I think that's where I look at it, not discouraging you to lobby for it. And I think someone talked about issue of environmental justice. We really have that's we didn't even go to that subject today. We have a serious problem where people of Somalia who live at the coast of regions are now experiencing toxic waste being dropped by someone else, come from somewhere other countries, and now people are now we have cases where some people are now exhibiting and showing either cancer or other things that foreign to us as the Somalis, simply because they eat fish across the sea because someone has dropped some. So these are the issues that really environmental justice is absolutely important. There are institutions that specialize to deal with that issue. But thank you.
Thank you so much, Mahad Santai, Ambassador Jibril. I think you have another meeting to attend, so we'll definitely be following up with the Somali government around our recommendations, and yeah, we look forward to connecting more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Hello? Yes. Colleagues in the room, we still have some time on the program. The session was supposed to end at 3. Yes. So we'd like to maybe take a 5-minute health break and then reconvene for those of us who want to speak with the ambassador. Yeah, 5-minute break. Colleagues online, will be back in 5 minutes where we'll have the Amnesty team discuss more on adaptation, acceleration, as well as the Kampala Convention. So colleagues online, we'll be calling on you in the next few minutes. Please bear with us. Thank you very much. Now, colleagues might be a little exhausted, but it's a working session where we can grab a cup of coffee, which is ready outside, and some snacks to re-energize ourselves. And for this panel, we'll be looking into, strengthening adaptation in Somalia, as well as accelerating the finance and loss and damage funds, and how African countries can take advantage of these opportunities. And lastly, we'll be looking at the Kampala Convention and the implications that it has. So we have Riva Jalipa here with us today. I hope I said that well. Please correct me.
Halipa.
Huh?
Halipa.
Yeah. Yes. Riva is our colleague. She's a researcher advisor on climate change. And Riva, thank you for making time today to join us. We also have two other colleagues. We have Miss Anne Harrison, who's part of the climate team, who will be speaking after Riva, and then after that we'll have Anchiko. But Riva, we've seen that global support matters, but Somalia needs to see how they can strengthen, domestic support. Please, could you tell us more about, internal financing for adaptation in Somalia? Welcome.
Thanks a lot. So I want to bring out two issues. There's the DRM, the domestic resource mobilization aspect, but then there's also the global cooperation towards climate finance, and they're both necessary and interlinked and problematic. So on the one hand, you have at the global level the obligation for international cooperation and assistance. So this is the premise upon which a lot of the calls for climate finance come. You have an obligation towards extraterritoriality. This is grounded in international human rights law. States in a position to assist should do so. So that's one. But as we've seen in the last many years, this assistance has not been coming, nowhere near the level it should be coming. The ambition is lower than it should be, and then the payments coming are not forthcoming. So then states also look at the aspect of domestic resource mobilization. Okay, if I can't get assistance from outside, how can I generate the resources inside to address climate finance? And the problem with that is then, especially in conflict-affected countries like Somalia, like the ambassador said, do you deal with climate or do you deal with the infrastructure? Do you have the chicken and the egg situation? And this also plays with the idea of development using fossil fuel industries and transitioning too early, So we know very well that the high-income countries that exist did so on the basis of industrialization and fossil fuel industries. And now you have a challenge where Africa is exploring these fossil fuels. And so do you develop first and then generate finance for your climate finance? Can you do both at the same time? And Somalia is one of those super interesting countries because it's found oil. So do we then make use of this resource to develop in the same way that the Arab countries did? And they developed exponentially on the basis of taking ownership of the oil prices in the 70s. And we see that also now with African countries claiming sovereignty over their natural resources. So it is a chicken and the egg situation, and I don't have an answer for it. It's like, do the ends justify the means? Do the means justify the ends? Do we go at the same time to be green throughout? Because if you look at Somalia's economy, it was highly like Nigeria's. It was livestock based. It was agricultural. But what pushed Nigeria, for example, to really develop was the oil economy. Same with the Arab countries, and so it's the potential for development is huge.
but then you're contributing to climate damage. So those are the kinds of, trade-offs that I sympathize with for anyone in government, because how do you address cyclical and exacerbating drought while at the same time also trying to generate enough revenues? I was struck by how much, so aid is one of the biggest budget contributors to the Somali budget, about, is it 20% of GDP, followed by remittances, so outside coming in, and then followed by foreign direct investment, and then tax. so you can see, like, it's completely different from many other countries that are much more stable. They're not conflict affected. Aid in Kenya is a minimal amount. We could really do without it. But all these things have different implications for how the economy runs. People are talking about inducing more private finance in climate finance, but obviously that comes with debt creating instruments, and then when you're beholden to debt, you're beholden to exchange rate fluctuations, other high interest rates, and all these things. So even that is a problem. So it's this tug of war between sovereignty of natural resources, trying to generate enough for development, but also trying to be human rights compliant, but also just acknowledging all the different kinds of, implications that come with different sources of revenue, that come with private finance, that come with debt, that come with aid, etc., etc. So I think I'll leave it like that for now and hear what my colleagues have to say. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Riva, on that. It's quite a conundrum when you think about it, and the fact that taxes comes towards the end of what you were discussing just shows that the developmental aspect of Somalia is very behind, and climate change to some extent is telling them, okay, let's have a discussion of how this development is going to happen and how we're going to go about it. But I think more colleagues will have questions around this, especially around capacity, the revenue base, and support in governance, as well as the fact that the ambassador discussed this. But I would also like to welcome Ms. Anne Harrison online. She's a climate change advisor with us. Anne, can you hear me? Are you there? I think Anne is speaking. Hello, Anne? Please, are you speaking? Okay. I think it's outside, Hatumski. Please go ahead now, Anne.
Can you hear me yet?
Yes, much better. Thank you.
Yes, you can hear me. Okay, fabulous. Okay, thank you so much. It's really great to be with you. And I was really pleased to be able to just catch a little bit of the previous session and hear some of what the ambassador was saying, which is always interesting and useful. And, in some ways, actually being invited to speak to you today was a little bit intimidating because, I'm not African. I'm not an African specialist. I'm sitting here in London in the climate justice team, in a sense from a position of privilege, from my background and where I'm speaking. So I do want to acknowledge that right at the start, because you all know much better than I do what the realities are for you all in Africa and in Kenya and Somalia, etc. But I did want to perhaps look a little bit about how Amnesty is approaching the whole issue of climate finance. and in particular, how we see that climate finance is a climate justice issue. So climate justice, really involves looking at climate change as a huge injustice. It recognizes that there are root causes of the climate crisis, which stem back decades and centuries, all of the colonial harms which led to the extractivist models of consumption, which are largely based around fossil fuel use, and that have driven the climate crisis that we're in today. And that the climate change that we're seeing not only stems from those inequalities, but it's magnifying and exacerbating inequalities today as well. And that it's the responsibility of everyone, but particularly the powerful who've benefited, to actually try and address those imbalances and move towards a more just future that's not replicating those discriminations either from the past or from the present. And we do very much see that climate justice cannot be achieved without reversing financial flows and halting this extractivist model that's got us into the mess that we're in today. I did also just briefly wanted to look at, the situation of climate finance for Somalia. According to an Oxfam report from last year, between 2013 and 2022, Somalia received $1.38 billion in climate finance. And rather unusually, that was 100% grant equivalence, which means it was all grants. There were no loans in it at all. That's very rare, and it's also not the case in many neighbouring countries. And of that, 82% was for adaptation, 13% for mitigation, to reducing emissions, and 6% was cross-cutting. And that's also quite unusual because overall there's a massive adaptation finance gap in the world for lower income countries to meet their adaptation needs. So in a sense, that's quite positive in terms of adaptation for Somalia. However, of course, there is a downside, which is that the costed needs that Somalia's come up with is that it needs about 55 billion up to 2030. And looking back, less than 3% of its costed needs for climate finance were met in that period from 2013 to 2022. And also of that, only 1% was directed to agriculture, which of course is a really key sector in Somalia. And, some of the challenges to agriculture by the droughts and the floods were highlighted in Amnesty's report from last year. And one other thing to note is that the main donors of the World Bank, EU institutions, and the United Kingdom, which just shows that these are very big institutions that have quite stringent procedures around them, and there are implications there as well, as the ambassador was saying, about institutional capacity to manage some of those loans. But also reflects, the position of Somalia as a fragile, conflict-affected state. How risk-averse other donors can be to provide finance, so that it sort of ends up being these big institutions. But there are also problems with them as well in the way that they approach their finance. Just to quickly run through some of the challenges in climate finance, some of which were discussed in the previous session. Of course, ultimately, it's really the lack of finance at the global level, the failure of climate finance providers to meet their obligations, which are very clear and were reiterated last year in that very powerful advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice. There's also a lack of integration of a disaster response and climate finance. So you get very short-term measures through humanitarian response and disaster response, but they're not really necessarily thinking about building climate resilience, whereas climate finance and climate action is often longer term. So it would be much better if those two were brought together. As the ambassador was saying, there's a lack of integration of disaster response. There's a limited institutional capacity for implementation. Alongside the very complex application processes for many of these big providers. And, we have stringent eligibility criteria and criteria for how the money's managed, the fiduciary criteria, which can really hinder states, lower income states, actually being able to make the applications and get the money. A couple of other things to highlight is that can be problematic down the line in the way these are implemented is limited gender responsiveness of projects and applications, a lack of transparency of how the money actually is used and how how it's directed and where it gets to. Is it getting to the people that really need it? And there's also an issue with top-down approaches. So the fact that these very big organizations like the World Bank are involved, it's all coming from the top rather than really making sure that local level actors are engaged in planning what's needed for the climate response. And so it would be much better if more finance could be directed directly to local level actors, whether that's towns, cities, or local communities. And of course, some of the international climate funds do have direct access modalities, such as the Adaptation Fund, which does have direct access there. So maybe thinking about can some of those funds be tapped into and those modalities. And of course, if you're not talking to local level actors, you're much more likely to be excluding the rights holders themselves in both decision making around what's going to happen and the implementation going forward. But I think all of this, actually goes to show that there's a limit to what adaptation finance can do. It's limited in the amount that's available and how it can be delivered. And then, of course, we're moving into looking at loss and damage. But it's quite a new area. It's a very complicated international architecture, which has largely been the result of the pushback from the high income historically emitting states, who are not wanting to recognise their liability for the harm they've caused. So, at the international level, within the UNFCCC framework, we've got the Warsaw International Mechanism on Loss and Damage. And then we had after that the Santiago Network, which is about providing technical capacity. And then eventually we got to the establishment of the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, which is only this year taking its first project application. So I was very glad to hear in the previous session that Somalia has made a bid for money from that. I think one of the other issues to be aware of as well is that loss and damage is not only economic, so it's not only infrastructure that's damaged or housing that's damaged. There's also the element of non-economic loss and damage. That can be loss of life, it can be mental health impacts, it can be loss of culture and cultural institutions, and those are much harder to quantify, but loss and damage responses also really need to address those as well. And with the Santiago Network, perhaps just to highlight that there were a couple of interesting applications for help there on capacity building. There's one on Yemen, which is about helping the state to understand what loss and damage is and to build its capacity to assess it, and that to the preliminary step before you can make applications for finance. And in Iraq, there's a loss and damage baseline assessment and methodology guide book being developed under the Santiago Network as well. So so that technical aspect, I think, is quite important. If before you can even apply for loss and damage funding, you need to know what it is in your context, and equip your people and your staff to be able to work out what it is you want to ask for. I also just wanted to flag here quickly the Loss and Damage Response Toolkit produced by the Loss and Damage Collaboration. I can send a link to it in the chat afterwards. It's very newly produced, but it's a really useful guide for officials, for civil society, for people affected by loss and damage, to understand better what the institutions are under the UNFCCC framework, and explain how stakeholders can engage with it to get both guidance, assistance, and also ultimately financial support. So please do take a look at that if you're interested in knowing more. It's I think it's a great resource. Finally, just looking forward, what's needed at the national level. So you need institutional capacity building, you need technical support on assessing loss and damage, you need better integration of disaster response and climate action plans to really build resilience. You need better gender responsive planning that is involving women themselves and also recognising their unpaid work in care and agriculture. You need to make sure that locally led initiatives are being supported, so that's working with local governments and communities and using the direct access modalities that I was talking about. And then I'd also like to flag the importance of youth-led initiatives. Young people are really the drivers of climate action going forward. There needs to be more done to support them to be involved in this. And I came across a really interesting example of a small grant that was given by the Loss and Damage Collaboration Youth Coalition to the Hawa Feminist Coalition in Somalia, which was a small grant to support mentorship for mental health and psychological support skills for women in drought-affected areas in Somalia. So even small-scale funding, can have quite a big impact, especially if it's used with a multiplying factor. And then finally, I just wanted to sort of close the circle and go back to some of the things that Amnesty does and that I do in my team. What's needed at the international level to actually make all of these things possible. So obviously we need pressure on climate finance providers to scale up finance. We need to make sure that the climate the adaptation finance gap is closed. We need to have more money for loss and damage finance, which is separate from what's normally called climate finance, which is just adaptation and mitigation. We need a multilateral agreement on a framework for climate reparations, because we really need to acknowledge that there are a small number of countries that really have caused this mess and that they need to pay for what they've done. And that needs to link up advocacy for colonial era reparations as well. And so how can we do these things? I think we really need to support and continue with the UNFCCC negotiations, because in this current climate, we really need to support multilateralism as a place where every state has a voice at the table. The COP32, could be an adaptation COP. I think it's a really important opportunity, and just, continue pushing for greater finance under the Article 9 dialogues, for those of you that are UNFCCC geeks. We need a better and a robust resource allocation for the fund responding to loss and damage, which is being discussed this year and will be agreed at COP31 at the end of the year. There's a very important resolution at the UNGA being negotiated at the moment on implementing the ICJ advisory opinion on climate change, which has a proposed international register for loss and damage. So that's a really important technical step to help quantify what loss and damage is and what the response needs to be. About linking up, reparations, advocacy and frameworks. The AU Decade of Action on Reparations, I think, is important, and everything needs to be thought about in terms of that as well. There's the African Court on Human and People's Rights advisory opinion on climate change. Just yesterday, Amnesty submitted an amicus curiae brief on that, which talks about a lot of these things. And then finally, I would just like to call on all states, Somalia included, to consider joining the Fossil Fuel Treaty Initiative. And although you think that might be more about mitigation, and indeed it is, but mitigation needs to come first. That mitigation reduces the need for adaptation, and it will reduce eventual loss and damage harm. So mitigation is really important. And also the treaty initiative is, the concept behind it is to really provide a framework for international cooperation and assistance. And so some of the support, it could be a way to set up, funds flowing for just transition, but those just transition mechanisms can also be a form of adaptation. So just wanted to flag that as well. And with that, I'll leave it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And can you hear us? And Chico, can you nod if you can hear us? Okay. Great, thanks for the thumbs up. So from that, I feel like the journey seems a little bit overwhelming for Somalia. But I don't think it should discourage the government of Somalia and anybody working on this, because, it's an obligation on all of us not to give up and try to push to secure the funding and do what's necessary to protect the country, as well as our obligations. I understand from Anne that the financing is for adaptation is extremely crucial, but displacement is already happening, Chico, isn't it? So please, could you explain to us more about the regional framework and how the Kampala Convention can protect people today? I'm aware that our report made several recommendations to the AU, the the East African Commission. It also made recommendations to the Somali government. And also please tell us more about what Amnesty is doing in terms of advocacy around the Kampala Convention. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Yeah, really, thank you very much. So what we've really gotten since morning is that there is no one size fits all solution when it comes to the issues of climate change induced internal displacement and even cross-border displacement in Somalia. And so we've raised, many points to do with the COPs, the UNFCCC COPs. We've looked at science. We are looking even at the roles of CSOs, Amnesty that can do an Another avenue is diplomacy, environmental diplomacy, but this is very much at a more regional level, at a more continental level. And this is where the Kampala Convention comes in, and I'm going to touch on that just a bit. But environmental diplomacy, really discussing these issues at a more regional level is very important because in most international processes to do with climate change, Somalia does not just speak as Somalia as one African country. So we usually speak as the African Union, as a group of countries. And that's why I was really happy when the ambassador was really emphasizing the point on collective bargaining, trying to come together. Yeah, so with environmental diplomacy in that sense, with the support that we can receive from the regional level, the idea is to really amplify the calls, some of the solutions that we are bringing here today, but we are amplifying them as one block. It's essentially the African Union speaking for Somalia, pushing for the Somalia's agenda when it comes to climate change. And the Kampala Convention, otherwise known as the African Union Convention on the Protection and Assistance of Internally Displaced Persons, really tries to give us that. It was adopted in 2009, and it tries to address, the protection and assistance needs that people displaced by climate change-induced floods and drought have to receive before displacement, during the course of their internal displacement, all the way up to resettlement. And we can go into the details of that, but the convention is really available online. So Somalia did ratified the convention in 2019. And really, the convention became fully effective in Somalia in 2020. This means that Somalia has to somehow gain some of the benefits that the convention is giving, because the convention is really clear that people who are being displaced by climate change, by drought, by flood, are entitled to remedies. And many set of remedies can come, in the form of what we've been discussing here, like the funds that we need, the resources that we need to adapt to climate change-induced displacement, to adapt to this drought, to adapt to this flood, and even to address some of the losses and damages that we're experiencing. So we speak of remedies. One important thing that it really does in terms of us, coming together as the African Union, as African countries to support Somalia, is that it also provides for a way in which a country like Somalia, which is party to the convention, can sit African countries in a room like this one, all African countries party to the convention, to discuss the internal displacement crisis in Somalia, caused by flood, caused by drought, such that together they can try to come up with solutions. And in such a forum, it's really like a conference of the parties under the Kampala Convention, where leaders are to come together to just really discuss these issues and try to come up with a solution. And so all it takes is just for Somalia to really trigger that mechanism to say we really need this meeting to address the protection and assistance needs of people who have been displaced by drought, by flood within our countries. And the role of the African Union Commission is to just facilitate that. These issues are very clear in the convention. Another way to do this is every 2 years, as part of the reports of the Somali government under the African Charter, it can be communicating with the African Commission to really like explain this is where we are at in terms of addressing the protection, the assistance needs of people who are being displaced by flood and drought within our borders. So this is how far we've reached. This is what we need in terms of support, in terms of needs. And, like really like from there, these issues can be picked up and amplified so that the Somali agenda is really like pushed for. But there's been a problem, as it is the case with many African Union instruments. The issue is not that we lack instruments. In fact, we have an inflation of instruments. The main issue is that we don't implement them. So here is a convention of 2009. So for example, in terms of the countries that have just submitted only one time their reports to the African Commission to essentially say, this is how we are dealing with displacement. These are the challenges that we are facing, and this is the kind of support that we might need. Only 3 countries have done that, and Somalia is not one of them. So I think it's Cameroon, Angola, and I'm forgetting like one country. And in terms of triggering this conference of the parties, where again a country like Somalia can say, let's sit down and try to discuss like many of the issues that we are having in terms of addressing this internal displacement crisis that we're having within our borders. That mechanisms has also never been triggered to specifically address climate change, let alone climate change-induced internal displacement. So there's really like a question of political goodwill to be addressed here. And I was really happy to see representations from the government officials attending this particular stakeholder forum, because that gives us really like an avenue of further engagement to see what can be done in terms of pushing for this convention on internal displacement on the continent. And mind you, it's the only convention in the world of this kind, the only convention that deals with the movement of people within their borders. Just quickly to wrap up, in terms of what we've done to push for it as Amnesty International, so we've been really engaging the African Commission, particularly the African Commission's Special Rapporteur on internally displaced persons. And really like one of the major points that she's really like put forward is a sense of feeling a bit powerless, because the initiative has to come from the country so that they can help push for that. Yeah, so of course they've been, like following the development on the implementation of this particular convention, but there has to be that complementarity between our government and bodies like the African Commission to push for this particular agenda. Some of the works that we are doing next week, actually, there is a bureau that was established to facilitate this conference of the parties, like this forum where we can come, as African leaders experiencing these issues of internal displacement, to just try and discuss and come up with a set of solutions or like recommendations that we can push for. So there is a bureau that has been established for that, and the government of Zimbabwe is actually the chair of that. So one of the things that we are doing, and the government of Zimbabwe has not really like done much in that respect, because even itself, although it is experiencing internal displacement caused by cyclones, by floods, it has not really like acting on the convention, and it has, like a leadership role, like the same way Somalia also has a leadership role. So next week we are having more of a capacity building session with a number of members of parliament of Zimbabwe to just like raise, like this issue, how it is affecting the specific country, and how, like Zimbabwe can play a role to push for this convening, so that we can discuss, like internal displacement issues as they are arising on the continent, and really try to come up with solutions. So the idea is to do that with the members of parliament, and they're going to raise that, like in parliamentary sessions before the relevant ministers, and hopefully we can get some answers there. Yeah, still next week we are also engaging the Pan-African Parliament, again to try and see if the PAP can actually take, like the issue of internal displacement, particularly induced, by climate change, by drought, by flood, as a key priority, so that we can see whether, like Parliament or like parliamentarians all over the continent can start, like pushing for the implementation of the Kampala Convention. This is very key because remember, like we've been saying here, that responsibility is really differentiated. In as much as climate change is an injustice that has been imposed upon us, there is a certain level of responsibility that we have to discharge to get where we want to get. And with forums like this, we can be able to quantify, what is it we want in terms of solutions to the issues that we are facing. I think I can stop there and really address any other points in the Q&A session. Thank you.
Applause for Chico. Thank you so much, Nchiko. Indeed, there's a responsibility upon us to really, disseminate this information, to work on capacity building, as capacity building issues is not just in the case of Somalia, but more countries that you've mentioned. And I really love the avenue that Amnesty is going with regards to, speaking to members of parliament, speaking to Pan-African Parliament around, the importance of this and how to move this convention forward. I also find it interesting that you said that there's an inflation of these instruments, but it's that the governments are not really implementing some of these conventions. As some people say, when governments send their ministers and relevant government institutions to these meetings, they are very signature friendly, they are very excited, and it's always fun when that happens. But when it comes to bringing it back home to implement it, the situation is different. But enough about that. I think Amnesty colleagues have presented on different aspects of climate adaptation, how Somalia can accelerate this adaptation and how to get these funds, climate finance funds, as well as the Kampala Convention. So we would like to open the floor to colleagues to maybe ask our presenters certain questions. As it's about almost 4 p.m., we'll also be wrapping up. So maybe if you have some closing remarks, and also we would like to, come up with a few things that we can all agree to as stakeholders to moving forward, how we can support our recommendations and to push it forward. So if you're able to ask your question and direct it to a certain person, and maybe a certain point with regards to way forward, we'll have a colleague, i.e. David or somebody else from the Amnesty team, who will write for us on the board the items that we'll follow up on. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have a question related to the topic of climate finance. What we see currently is that there are funds like the Green Climate Fund, the Adaptation Fund, the Global Environmental Facility, all these climate finance windows. And now that we have the Loss and Damage Fund agreed under the UN climate negotiation of the COP27-2080, speaking from the perspective of a member of a local NGO, these funds feel like they are government heavy. They are large-scale infrastructure funds that in the case of Somalia, even some of these funds are not even accessible by the government, like the Green Climate Fund. Directly, the government cannot access it. But even if that was the case, from the perspective of a local NGO, we feel that it's government heavy. So could there be also a funding stream where local organizations and CBOs and communities can access such funding directly?
I think we'll respond to each question, if that's okay. Anne Harrison, are you able to respond to that question?
No, thanks so much for the question. I think it sort of addresses very much the point that I was making about sort of local level, or the need for local level responses. Interestingly as well, this has been a long-standing criticism of many of the big funds that that local access and direct access is not really possible. And the Fund for Responding for Loss and Damage, which is, as you know, still quite new, is still developing the precise frameworks for its modalities, and it is supposed under its governing instrument to actually have a direct access modality and small grants window for affected communities. That hasn't yet been adopted by the board, and Amnesty has been active over the last few years, since the establishment of the fund, and knowing this was part of it, to lobby and advocate for this to be put in place, to make sure that actually the affected communities themselves can go directly to the fund when they need it, when loss and damage, when events happen that cause loss and damage, so that they're the ones who need it and they can actually access it. So I would encourage you to maybe look out for that. If you're interested, I can share some of the joint advocacy materials we've had on that in the past, and perhaps to think about joining with other partners in the climate justice movement in Somalia and in the region and in Africa more broadly, about making sure that there's a lot of pressure put on the board to really ensure those modalities are put in place as soon as possible. Thanks. Back to you.
Thank you. My name is Mohammed Adam. I think when it comes to climate adaptation, domestic resource mobilization could be the base, but I don't think it could be an alternative for the climate finance. These three issues are very related, but I think the challenge here will be how to connect the three. And the local domestic resource mobilization, climate finance, and the Kampala Convention, how to connect the three and make them and turn them into a national, coherent national response for the climate change. So I think when it comes to climate finance and domestic resource mobilization, it seems like the same person who burned your house is asking you to raise, to raise money, to raise fund for the rehabilitation of your house. So, and I think that's that's not the way to do it. I think the countries that have caused these problems have to pay what they have done. And the question comes here, are they even aware of the damage, the death, and the destruction that they have caused? And maybe I will ask that to Anne Harrison, because we see some of the countries like the US, which I think is the second contributor of the emission in the world. The president of the US was, continuously denies the existence of climate change. And we see here in Kenya or even in Somalia, people who are suffering from their actions. So are they aware, the real damage that they are causing? Or it's for them it's just numbers like warmer temperature, the ice is melting, something like that? Or do they know people are dying because of it? So yeah, that's my question to Anne Harrison. Thank you.
they don't want to pay. You know, that's been very clear. You know, about all of the negotiations around how loss and damage is dealt within the UNFCCC framework, which has led to this rather fragmented architecture. You know, the very fact that in the Paris Agreement, you know, that there is a loss and damage article, but it doesn't, you know, with the you know, couched in terms that said that doesn't mean that anybody acknowledges they've got any responsibility for the harm. You know, it's shown in the pushback against this resolution at the General Assembly that I was talking about the implementation of the ICJ advisory opinion, you know, which actually is trying to sort of, you know, actually set up some mechanisms to, you know, concretize what loss and damage really is, you know. And again, you know, the US has been back at its bullying tactics, trying to get Vanuatu, which is leading on it, to drop it, you know. But Vanuatu is going to disappear under the waves, you know, in 50 years probably, because of sea level rise, which is already baked in. Even if we stopped emitting tomorrow, I mean, some of those small island states are really at existential risk. So yes, I think they're very aware, but they just don't want to admit liability. But then perhaps the other side of it is, it's like, who pays? And so the states have a responsibility to pay, it's true, but that doesn't mean to say that it's just like every taxpayer in higher income countries should necessarily pay more for that, because, you know, there are also people in my country, in the United Kingdom, for example, who really, you know, are on quite low incomes but are still paying tax. What it is, we need the polluters to pay. You know, we need the fossil fuel companies to pay. You know, they are making billions, especially now with the war. I mean, their profits are going up exponentially, you know. You know, we need more windfall taxes on them. We need carbon taxes to really, you know, embed the costs of the harm that they're doing, you know, as a driver to drive down demand for fossil fuels overall. We need, you know, the sectors that are, you know, really polluting to pay as well, you know. So, you know, there's an example of, you know, there's a maritime tax that's been under discussion for some years. They got really close to agreeing it, and then, you know, change of government in the US, suddenly they've come in and they put a load of pressure on them to get that delayed. So even where there are sort of small steps taken to try and make the polluters pay for the harm they've done, you know, those are being pushed back on. So yes, I really do think they know what harm they've done, but they just don't care. And they're doing everything they can. So it's up to all of us to say that's not good enough. And we really want some action on this. So, I mean, that's where I think Amnesty, you know, as a really global network of, you know, members in so many different countries can, you know, really help by trying to socialize some of these things and make it clear where the responsibility lies. Yes, states have responsibility to pay, but where they get that money, it should be from the polluters. Thanks.
I hope Anne was able to respond to your question. Okay, did we have any more questions in the room? All right, yes, David.
And maybe one or two questions. One is, we have the Green Fund moving to Nairobi. They're establishing, I think they're decentralizing, so they'll be establishing a regional office in Nairobi for Eastern and Southern Africa. How can this proximity to Somalia now provide an opportunity for easy engagement between Somalia government and the Green Fund to try to increase the uptake of financing? Does proximity even matter, you know? The other thing is efficiency in management of, because we've been talking about loss and damage fund, but over time there is also a complaint about the efficiency in management of the funds. And a lot of donors increasingly raise the issue of, you know, corruption, embezzlement, not just in Somalia though, but across the low-income countries. How do we ensure that this challenge that has characterized previous funds does not also characterize then the loss and damage fund? The other one is to do with, and you highlighted this, non-economic losses. If we are to pay them, then we must make sense of them, concretize them. How do we do that? Now, Riva, you highlighted the issue of tax. And I'm just wondering, because in our report, as a way of dealing with increased food cost of food as a result of the drought, we recommended reduction in taxes of food. But then now you seem to be saying that we need to enhance domestic tax collection, which may involve increasing taxes on food. Where do we strike the balance? And I throw back the question of efficiency and effectiveness in funds management. Because when we did a budget analysis of Somalia, for instance, we noted that their budget allocated to health didn't increase even after the debt relief. So they got a debt relief in 2023, 2024, but the health budget, which was our point of concern, didn't increase. In fact, it reduced, despite the debt relief. So how do we balance this? On one hand, there is the entire question of the country having the right to determine its budget. But on the other hand, we have then commitments to global goals such as 15% allocation for health financing. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Before our panelists respond to David, I would like for people in the room to think about ways forward before we bring the stakeholders forum to an end. Based on conversation we've had the whole day, what is the one thing that you see us moving forward with in the coming years as we continue to push for the recommendations of the report, improving some of the research, some of the campaigns? I think throughout the day, everybody has thrown ideas here and there. So it would be really fantastic if we could just come up with a few points on ways forward and ways of working together around this. Back to the panel. Viva, perhaps you would like to start us off by responding to David's question.
Yeah, it's working? Okay. Yes, so Somalia is a special case. Like I mentioned, there's a heavy reliance on aid, there's a heavy reliance on remittances, and taxation is very low. But having said that, at the end of the day, how a government is still responsible for realizing the human rights, economic, social, cultural rights progressively of its people. So, matter of how are we generating the revenue? Is this in the most equitable way that that we're doing it? So we've never advocated for increasing consumption taxes, for example. There's a heavy reliance on international taxes. That's great, although there are also some, the way that it's not based on value, but volume. So on the one hand, it could become more sophisticated and it could generate more revenues by being more astute about the value that's coming in, the value of goods that's coming into Somalia. And there's so many other ways that you can be, you can generate revenue. But of course it comes, they come with their challenges. I think, remember, was it Eritrea who wanted to tax remittances, and it's doing so. Also, that comes with its challenges. So the point that I failed to mention in my first intervention was that there's a lot of money coming around. I think one of the challenges was even bringing a fund closer to Kenya or Somalia is you still have the absorption capacities. Even as I used to work for another NGO, even that, as big an NGO as it was, it wouldn't get money directly from governments because the government preferred to give to the UN because of its administrative capacities and absorptive capacities. So, and I think it was even the ambassador who was saying that, do we have the ability to absorb? Do we have the mechanisms with which to align with their, their reporting and all their other things? So, yeah, my point is there's a lot of money there's many ways we can look for money. We can get it from the funds, we can get it from, revenue, international, taxes, from trade. But then there's also, there's also a lot of money that's going in the wrong places. So a lot of private finance is going to fossil fuel subsidies, is going to investments in fossil fuel industries. And I think that's that's the bigger picture, because I think if we hone down and try to get money, like someone was saying, do you keep asking for money from the person who burnt your house? It's like you're replicating, colonial inequalities. You're already industrialized, but you're not paying for the damage. And the people who are being harmed from it, you're still trying to extract revenues from themselves to repair the harm that you've done. So I think there's a huge place for the idea of, climate reparations, and really honing down on this obligation of, extraterritorial obligations and the ability to pay, and CBCDR, CBCR, and also just the fairness around investments, and the responsibility around fair finance. Because, the World Bank did a study, I think, a few years ago that showed that subsidies in fossil fuels amounted to about 7.1 trillion. Banking on climate chaos, for example, every year it releases reports on how much we're spending, or we're allowing companies to spend on fossil fuel expansion. So I think we're looking in the wrong places when we say that, okay, because not to say that these global climate, these climate funds from the UN are not important and are not helpful, but the bigger picture is there is a lot of money, it's going in the wrong places. So how do you hold those companies to account? Like where's the aspect of accountability in investments and finance? Because there's huge monies. And this is one of the reasons why as an adaptation that falls short relative to mitigation, because mitigation has profitability, whereas adaptation has less so. So I think, if we think about this, the economy as it is, and the Oxfam reports about inequality every year, it's all because of this corporatocracy. And we're in a moment where it continues to interlink with authoritarianism. This link between corporate and political elite. So, yeah, I'll end with that. Thanks.
I think there were other questions directed to the room, or David, was Riva able to respond to all your questions? Yes. And did you hear David's question, or would you like for him to repeat the aspect that he directed towards you?
Yeah, if you could just repeat it, so I know what I'm responding to. Thanks.
You need the mic.
I was asking about the Green Fund. The Green Fund is moving to Nairobi, they're establishing a regional office. And what opportunities, whether this is an opportunity for Somalia, for instance, given now the proximity, both organizations operating in Somalia, that is, to try to tap into this kind of resources to deal with climate adaptation. The other one was basically on non-economic losses. If we are to claim them, if Somalia is to claim them, if Kenya is to claim non-economic losses, there must be a way of financially making sense of them. As someone who engages with this process at the top, what is going on? Because I personally can't figure out anything. Thank you.
Yeah, on the regionalisation, of course it remains to be seen what happens in practice, but I can only think that, in principle, it's good to be closer to the people that you're trying to help, on a number of reasons, that, people will be more likely to hear about the fact that they're there. It's easier to do outreach. You're more likely to have staff from the region who understand what the real local context is. So, yeah, but as with everything that, I think there are still institutional barriers for Somalia to access finance, whether the Green, Climate Fund is in Nairobi or somewhere else. But so I think, one of the first things is really how can the Green Climate Fund help Somalia, overcome some of those institutional barriers. I think capacity building is often overlooked, and more attention needs to be given to that. On non-economic loss and damage, I think, it is a really huge question about how to quantify it. And I think sometimes it doesn't necessarily need to be quantified, but it does need to be recognised. And I mean, loss and damage, you know, there's a right to remedy for harm. Loss and damage is harm, but the right to remedy isn't just about money. You know, it's about the whole right to remedy. That includes, you know, cessation of the harm. It includes restitution, like trying to put things back to how they were, you know, and finance is one part of it. There's also satisfaction. And so there's elements of reparations which are beyond finance. So, you know, I don't think one only needs to look at monetary compensation in that sense for non-economic loss and damage. But actually, I think the issue, the case that or the illustration that I mentioned before about the very small grant, it was $25,000 to this youth organization. I think it was the Hawa Feminist Collective, you know, for a non-economic loss and damage project. So it was about training women to understand, you know, non-economic loss and damage impacts, but around gender-based violence and the mental and social, psychosocial support that's needed. And it was about training women, you know, to be able to take that into their community. So the finance was for that, but the impact of the project is addressing the non-economic loss and damage. So you're not necessarily quantifying the harm itself, you're finding finance for a solution to the harm itself. So, but of course, in some cases, there might be, you know, you might be able to quantify it. So if, for example, an important cultural institution is damaged in an extreme weather event, then, you know, it might be repairing or replacing that institution or finding other ways. But I think one of the key things about non-economic loss and damage, it's really community-based. You know, it's the community that understands what they've lost as a result of the harm that's been done. And so, you know, their views on A, what it is, and B, how they need to, you know, have reparations for it is really key. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I think we're right on time for us to look at ways forward and things we would like to do moving forward as stakeholders. So as you can see, David has written for us some recommended actions. What are the things that you feel from today's interaction? And several people mentioned a few things. I think Anne recently just mentioned campaigning around polluter pays. I think that would be a good starting point for David to note down for us on the board. The first point, okay. The first point for us to follow-up action would be polluter pays campaign, perhaps. And did I get that correct? Great. Any other concepts or ideas that we have discussed throughout the day that you feel that we should continue to work on?
Microphone. I think another thing could be collaboration. You know, there's been a lot of talk of countries, developing countries, looking to the developed countries for, you know, technical assistance, etc., etc.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious, or rather, I'm thinking like there could also be avenues for South-South collaboration, and also even if it comes to the polluter pays principle, I think maybe for Africa, if we move with an African common position and are able to agitate as a bloc, maybe as opposed to individual countries, we could see some more steps forward in getting these developed countries and the largest contributors to actually pay.
Awesome. So, David, you've noted that down as collaborations, maybe opportunities for capacity building, knowledge sharing opportunities. Yes.
Yeah, actually, also the other maybe idea also I have is since, you know, the report written by David actually is an eye opener, but it still needs, you know, and to close the loop, because, you know, it's actually, as was already said, it's actually coming on one in very small aspect of the Somali ADB or refugee crisis, especially, you know, from the Dadaab side. But in Somalia we have got very huge IDPs population, which is actually hovering around every town and every city. So and the issue is not only climate, actually it's also beyond the climate, because also we are in a active war on terror, where actually displacement continues. So I think also we can look at also beyond climate. And maybe also David also can expand, the report, and going inside Somalia and actually coming up another set of recommendations. Maybe also we can have maybe more discussion on the side on that, so that actually we can also have more, discussion on this. Thank you.
Thank you. So looking into further opportunities for research in other topics other than climate change, as well as other regions in Somalia. Yes.
I would like also to mention, Ayan, for the future engagement is, as Amnesty now did, so to engage the relevant stakeholders with this kind of engagement, so that we will make sure the policy alignments are in place. Also, to establish partnerships, to tackle together the issue of drought and relevant, issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Faiza, on that. I think, David, that's with regards to, I think today was a good opportunity for people to network and for us to, have deeper relations. When we start carrying out future research, we'll know, have more networks on the ground beyond those that we have. Yes.
I also think we need to continue setting our discussions based on realities, so bringing out stories from the communities, because they're the ones who are most impacted. So, us here as stakeholders, we engage in a room like this, but sometimes I think it's important to also bring out the realities, and I think the report does a good job of that, but I think a lot more of our effort can go into this, making sure that we're grounding everything based on what is happening on the ground, bringing out the stories, using media, and I think sometimes the stories from the ground can really help us shift the needle and also move the middle masses, the people who don't know about climate change. Hearing the story about someone from Somali who had to relocate because of a flood, I think will help us kind of move the needle in terms of engaging and building movement for our work.
Thank you. I think that's a very fantastic point, which is basically, more campaigning on the report. We have the report, which is all words. And I think the ambassador also touched on to this when he said that, we need this report in a 10-minute video maximum in Somali, and for it to be disseminated all over the country. So to make it more reachable to the people on the ground and share the people's stories, which will get to the people and push the needle. I fully agree with you. We got that, David? Thanks.
Thank you. Related to that, data-driven action. So that basically is data from the community's information, but also, so we know currently that data is, I don't say everything, but a very important aspect of how organizations, governments operate. They want to understand what are the numbers, what does it affect, things like that. And there's so many different stakeholders who are collecting data that's relevant. Dr. Kimutai's presentation, for example, about the specific numbers with climate, we might not know about that, those who are engaging with the community. Information about vulnerability, information about changes over time for different places. So not only partnership between or amongst countries, but also within the various stakeholders who work in these regions, specifically on data, to also have a full picture of all the different facets of data that affect outcomes for communities, and be able to use that to lobby together with relevant bodies and governments to support them. Thank you.
So we could say that's data-driven advocacy on this. I like that. I think we could also still use the data to carry out the campaigns that we're discussing. So definitely interrelated. Colleagues online, we will still be coming to you for some of your suggestions, so we have not forgotten about you.
Yes, hi, Joanne again. My recommendations are not many, probably just 3. I'm thinking supporting this climate resilience policies. From the talks I've had today, I've heard from the director behind me and also the ambassador talking about these resilience policies which will promote the self-reliance in these climate affected areas like Somalia. And I also think on prioritizing human rights, especially on the vastly affected persons. I'm talking of women and children. Just like the speaker today, Maureen, talked about how the impact on climate is more gender sensitized, meaning it is more on the women, affects more on the women than on the men's side. So I'm thinking we should also prioritize on that human rights perspective. And yeah, and then also we strengthen the refugee protection frameworks. I believe the 1951 convention does not avail the affordability on climate change and natural disasters as a ground for refugee protection.
Okay, let me take advantage of the microphone being close to me. Thank you. I have listened all day and I'm a little concerned about the fact that we haven't mentioned where strategic litigation or litigation comes in all this. Of course, I have a bias because of my background, and I'm curious as to how this discussion, for example, will move from this conference room to the African Court that is currently considering submissions and will soon give an advisory opinion on climate change. How will these conversations inform the outcomes in court? So a question perhaps to Amnesty on whether they brought aspects of this report to the court, and also now for us to think about is what shall we do after the court gives its advisory opinion?
Yeah.
How are we going to expand the state obligations that the court will pronounce itself on with regard to the climate change opinion?
David, you got that, or would you like to respond?
For me, I can quick response.
Yeah.
Just a quick response. We made our submission last week, and some of this was in the submission. So the second part, however, will come based on the determination of the court. Thank you.
Yes. Somebody at the back would like to make their final recommendation, unless there's anybody else who would like to make a recommendation and move forward.
Thank you. One recommendation that I would like to make is that I think the Ministry of Climate has adoption-related frameworks and policies, but I think if we treat climate adoption as also part of the social protection, could be beneficial. There's this program, Bahnano project or program. It mainly addresses shock. It's a shock responsive social protection program, and these issues which this program tries to address are mainly related to climate. So I think if we also treat climate adoption as part of the social protection policy, I think that will also be good. And the ministry with which minister, I'm not sure which ministry is involved when it comes to the social protection, But I think also that ministry could be involved and take part of it. So thank you.
Contributions throughout the day. I think for me, it would be for us to engage more as stakeholders, not just around this opportunity on the recommendations of our report, but on any other, climate-related issue around this, and support each other around this. So I think to strengthen collaboration among stakeholders would be my point. I would take it over to Nchiko. Nchiko, way forward for you as we proceed to close on to the meeting, and anybody else who's online who would like to make their closing remarks.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think most has been really, really said. Maybe to just emphasize the point that we need to keep on organizing more, coordinating more, such that we can proceed together with a more, coordinated, common voice when it comes to making, the case for many of these issues. Yeah, really, thank you.
Is there anybody else online who would like to make their... Please go ahead.
For me, I think, I would very much agree about the importance of coordination. And of course, there are also a lot of climate coalitions that already exist in Africa. So if Amnesty or other organizations who are with you today are not part of those coalitions, I would really encourage you to join, because, we're more powerful if we're together. And also the links between those coalitions and then tax justice coalitions and debt justice coalitions. That's very much happening at the international level that I'm aware of. I'm obviously less aware of what's happening at the regional level, but, making sure that you're linked into people working on those issues as well is really important. Again, I just like to stress what I said before about working at the local level. It's really important, so socializing the report with local authorities in Somalia, and then using that as an avenue to say, well, what can you do to look for climate finance, directly from your level. And also the Fossil Fuel Treaty Initiative, which I talked about, cities and local authorities are encouraged to sign up and commit to that as well, because, at the end of the day, most climate action is actually implemented and delivered at the local level. So that's a really good thing. And I was also noticing that there are no African states that have currently signed up to the initiative. So actually, if Somalia could be the first one, that would be really fantastic. And then finally, just youth. I think, reach out to the youth. The youth are so creative. They're the ones, who need to take it forward. The ICJ advisory opinion stemmed from an idea of law students in the Pacific Islands, and they got it taken all the way up to the General Assembly to get the resolution to actually have the advisory opinion, and they're now really pushing for this implementation resolution going forward. It's the youth that we need to be working with. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And for that was really good to close the meeting. I would like to thank colleagues who have joined us online, have stayed with us for the whole day, and those who have made time to join us during their busy schedules. And with regards to the stakeholders in the room, thank you. And we look forward to interacting further on our report and collaborating with you, and, for us to use our power to push our campaigns and our calls. And so unless we have any other business, I think I'd like to call it the end of today's meeting. Thank you very much. A round of applause for yourselves.